Hey guys, welcome. Welcome to the night stream. How are ya? I'm in my jammies. I got my hair up. I got my wine poured and I'm ready. I got my sepia filter on. What do you think for the night stream? Gives a little dark atmosphere. Um, how'd you like my new intro? Did you like it? That rooster that you saw, that wasn't my rooster, but it's one that looks just like him. So I found that video footage on one of those copyright-free places, and I was like, "Hey, that looks like my rooster." Um, so I just put it in there. Alright, so, uh, you're hanging out until Sean starts his stream. Which stream is that? Sean, which which Sean are you talking about? You're cheating on me with someone named Sean? Um, I don't know about that. Alright, so where did we leave off? Okay, so this is a night stream, so I'm gonna try my hardest not to scream and yell. Oh, potentially criminal. Gotcha. Yeah, well, tell him I said hello, but I'm not really thrilled about you leaving here for that. What does Sean have that I don't have? What yeah, we're doing the wine mom thing. Uh-huh. Mhm. We're doing a wine mom chill stream. Okay. That's all right, Chad. I would cheat on me with for Pope Brackets too. Like I would leave the stream to go watch him and just leave you all here. Uh, Testicular trauma says I made coffee with Frangelico for this. Excellent. Oh my God, yes, we are back with Bougie Megan. Wearing my vintage 1990s Victoria's Secret satin robe that my grandma bought for me. Back in the day, this was expensive stuff. I remember thinking it was super bougie because it was over $100. Uh, all right, still at it. Whoa, a ladybug just dropped onto the desk in front of me. Megan is only medium sober. Actually, I'm totally sober. I've had nothing other than that sip of whiskey I had earlier. All right, so what do we do on a night stream? What do we do on a night stream? Well, I'm going to try not to yell for one. I know that's going to be difficult for me because I have a problem with this particular trial. The Maya Kowalski trial is very, very difficult to watch, but we're going to do it, and we're going to pick up where we left off. And I swear I had it open to the right spot. That's all right. Simping ain't easy. You need some mom advice. Well, tell me what do you need? I'll give you some mom advice. Tell me all about it. Let's see in my history. Dun, dun, dun. Where is today's trial? There it is. It's advice with a C, but that's okay. I'm not going to correct you on your spelling. Since you asked, I'll tell you. What do we do on a night stream? We do the same thing we do on the day stream, except we try to do it quieter because people are sleeping. Oh, man. Oh, no, you met a guy on Hinge? If this is about social media dating or what do they call them? Dating apps? I'm not for it. You should be meeting someone at Costco or Home Depot. Go to the paint aisle and look confused and available and smile at men. Oh, Lord. All right. I got to get to the part where the judge reads the jury instruction. They fight over it for a while. Nothing happens in the fight other than the plaintiff loses the ability. The plaintiff's lawyer wants the judge to not read the jury instruction that they fought over today until he reads all of them at the same time and like before they go in to deliberate. However, because he says that he thinks that it's a that the plaintiff, Mr. Anderson said he thought that it would like somehow prejudice the jury because they would think this particular instruction had more weight than the others, but the judge disagreed, and I think the judge made the right call. These glasses are too, I don't know, they're like reflecting all over the place. The judge made the right call because the jurors have been asking about these court documents. They've been asking about the court orders and what can they, when do they get to know about the court orders and where their line is that they can't go across. And the judge keeps, promising to get to that. However, the lawyers have been fighting about what the instruction is going to be and how the wording is going to be. And so they finally got that hammered out today, which we do not need to watch. However, we are going to watch him discuss the orders, because here's the thing. Orders are really important to understand the kind of pressure that this family was under. It doesn't even matter in terms of what it means to the jury. I just want you to know what it's like to be stuck in family court. It's bad. And when you hear these court orders and what they did to the Kowalskis, it's going to really make you upset. So please get your wine. If you do drink, get some wine, get some whiskey, get some scotch, or all three. You're going to need a little something. Spirit Matter says auto store. Well, that's always a possibility too. But my law card says Home Depot. So we're sticking with Home Depot for now. Have you seen the law card? I'm looking for it. Hold, please. Here it is. Where to meet the single ladies. Oh, that does say auto parts store. Never mind. The auto store. I don't even know my own law card. Oh, Lord. Okay. All right. Who wanted the information on the dating? What else happened with the date? Do you need more? Do you need more advice than go to Home Depot and look confused in the paint aisle? Do you, do you need? I think I missed it. If you typed it, I missed it. So type it again if you have an actual question about dating. Hold on. I'm trying to catch up on the chat. For God's sake. All right. Wine acquired. Let's go. Dun, 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 dun. All right. All right. So we're going to watch this jury instruction. And I just want you to keep in mind as we are watching this, what it must be like to picture yourself as the recipient of these instructions. What must it be like to be on the receiving end of a court order by a moron or a political hack judge? It's one or the other. We learned today from Judge Judy. How would it feel if you were on the receiving end of these orders? I want you to hear this and really look. We are live on Locals. There is a live Locals chat happening right now. I need to post it on Twitter. I haven't done that yet. So I'll do that when I get a moment. Okay, here we go.
Court directed that either the guardian equals allow the October 14th.
We also
Maya Kowalski's
treatment. Finally get a timeline. We finally get a timeline in this thing.
You weren't approached by anybody, is that correct?
A better timeline. So I'm going to write it down so I don't forget.
Media accounts, is that correct? Before we call our next witness, I'm going to give you a lengthy instruction concerning the dependency orders. I'm going to tell you that you're going to get this in writing at the end of the case before you begin to deliberate, but I'm going to go ahead and read it to you now. It should also be put up on the screen as well. I did it properly. Okay. Members of the jury, I told you that I would address the issue of contact allowed by the dependency court during Maya Kowalski's stay at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. This instruction explains the specific dates and restrictions the dependency court imposed in the 5 orders that address contact with Maya Kowalski. The restrictions changed over time, so understanding the dates is important. This instruction will be provided to you again in the court's final instructions to.
All right, if you are just joining us, because I know a bunch of you are still getting in here, I need to explain again because you guys are like, what did I miss? We're going to listen to the judge read the jury instruction about the court orders and chapter 39 and where their line is they can't cross. Um, and this is really instructive. I do have a Lockhart's code, Mrs. Kagriff, I do, but God, I can't remember what it is. Did I put it in my banners? I might have. I think it's whatever the lockharts.com slash, it's either slash Megan or slash Megan Fox. Try, I think it's just Megan. Try that. If that doesn't work, let me know and I will ask Steve Gosney. I still didn't get my Lockharts. I really want them because I wanted to auction off a few signed ones, to give away. So anyway, yeah. All right. Anyway, if you're just getting here, hit the like button, hit subscribe. We're going to watch the rest of today's trial that we didn't get to earlier today, and it is the night stream, so I'm trying real hard, not to scream, not to cause a ruckus today. That's why I've got my glass of wine. I have my bottle of wine close by, and I'm going to try not to scream. I'm going to try and do more of like an ASMR version of the court stream. But while you're listening to the judge read this instruction, I do want you to pay, and I am in my pajamas. Yes, everybody should be in their PJs. I'm in my bathrobe, my bougie bathrobe. And I want you to listen as the judge talks and try to put yourself in the position of the Kowalskis and imagine that you have been given several court orders, and this is what they say.
To you. The court previously concluded that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital had reasonable cause to initiate a call to the Florida's Child Abuse Hotline. Therefore, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital is immune from any civil claim which might otherwise result by reason of reporting the suspected abuse. Having said that, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital does not have immunity for any of the claims being presented to you as the jury. Prior to October 14th, 2016, there was no dependency court order governing Maya Kowalski's stay at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. From October 14th, 2016 through January 13th, 2017, Maya Kowalski could not be discharged from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital without the dependency court's approval. The fact that Maya Kowalski was kept in the hospital under dependency court order, the length of her stay in the hospital, and the fact that Beata Kowalski could not visit Maya Kowalski are not matters for which Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital is responsible under any of the claims being presented to you. The dependency court placed Maya Kowalski in the shelter care of the Department of Children and Families. This status limited some of the parental rights of Jack and Beata Kowalski. It did not limit their right to be informed about Maya Kowalski's treatment and to participate in decisions concerning her treatment. The court will now instruct you on the relevant terms of the 5 dependency court orders. 1. The October 14th, 2016 order. The dependency court entered its first order affecting contact with Maya Kowalski on Friday, October 14th, 2016, which was effective at 2:30 a.m. on October 13th, 2013. Beata Kowalski. The October 14th order totally prohibited Beata Kowalski from having any contact with Maya Kowalski, either in person or by other means such as telephone, email, text message, or by any other form of electronic communication. Jack Kowalski and Kyle Kowalski. The October 14th order required that any visit between Maya Kowalski and Mr. Kowalski be supervised by an adult approved by the Department of Children and Families. Kyle Kowalski was permitted to visit Maya Kowalski with Mr. Kowalski. There was no time limit placed on these supervised visits. The department, not Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, was required to make all efforts to identify and select a supervisor to assist with the supervision of these visits. The Department of Children and Families is required to provide such supervision in the cases it files. This order did not create any special rules that the department was required to apply in setting the rules of supervision.
All right, what we've learned so far that I think is relevant is that I want you to remember. Yeah, thank you, Purple Pros. A real judge did this. Yeah, keep in mind, this is the real judge Sally Smith went to, not Judge Carroll, a different judge. Keep in mind that the supervised visitation had no time limit. So the visits between Jack and Kyle and Maya had no time limit according to the court. Any time limits imposed were imposed wrongfully by the hospital. Just wanted to point that out. And DCF was in charge of supervision, and they were supposed to have that done. And that meant that the hospital was not involved or shouldn't have been.
The first order did not prevent Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital from applying its own rules regarding visitation and communication with other patients unless those rules conflicted with stricter requirements in the court order. That is to say, the hospital could not use its own rules to override the stricter rules in the court order. 2.
So what that means is the hospital could not make a rule that would override the strict rules of the order. So for instance, if I'm understanding that correctly, it would mean they could not make a rule that Beata could come in under their supervision and have a visit. But they could make their own rules about what time it was to occur, I guess. But there was no guidance about time limits. It did not say they could set time limits. It just said they couldn't override the ordered stricter rules, like, Beata was to have no contact at all.
The November 10th, 2016 order. The
Deviate.
dependency court entered its second order affecting contact with Maya Kowalski on Thursday, November 10th, 2016. The second order changed the terms of the October 14th, 2016 order regarding contact on a going forward basis. Beata Kowalski. The November 10th order allowed Beata Kowalski to have supervised telephone calls with Maya Kowalski. The dependency court directed that either the guardian ad litem or the case manager supervise these telephone calls. The calls were to be at a time convenient to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, as well as the guardian ad litem or case manager at the Department of Children and Families. The dependency court did not provide that Johns Hopkins could supervise the calls. The November 10th order
that's
also
a
allowed
problem.
Beata Kowalski.
That's a problem because we know that Kathy Beatty was supervising those calls, and all that the court specified was that the hospital make the phone available, and DCF and the guardian ad litem would do the supervising. It did not say that anyone at the hospital had to do the supervising. And did you also notice the language? It was to calls were to be made at the convenience of the hospital and DCF. Absolutely no thought whatsoever to her mother and her mother's schedule. Do you notice that? Can I replay what? What did you want to hear? Just that last one? Or do you have a question about it? Because I think I heard it pretty thoroughly. We got to keep moving or we'll be here all night.
To have contact with Maya Kowalski, also allowed Beata Kowalski. The November 10th order also allowed Beata Kowalski to have contact with Maya Kowalski through written correspondence. Each of Maya Kowalski and Beata Kowalski could send the other letters, magazines, or other written materials. The dependency court required a designee of the Safe Children's Coalition to review the material before delivery. The designee was required to promptly forward approved materials to either Beata Kowalski or Maya Kowalski.
And we know for a fact that Beata and Maya did not receive the letters that each other sent to each other. Like Maya didn't get the letters that her mom sent, and Beata didn't get the letters that Maya sent. They were being held by Kathy Beatty and kept away. And Kathy Beatty is a hospital person, not a DCF person, and not the gal. The guardian ad litem, or gal, we call them gals, the gal should have been the one doing the go-between. But I also want you to notice how much this is like being in prison. If you've ever had someone in prison that you loved and cared about and wanted to communicate with, it's extremely difficult. And when Cindy Absug was in jail, we would have to go through, if I sent her a letter, it would have to be gone through by a guard would read it and then forward it, and you'd have to send it way far away, like in another state, where they would read it there and then forward it to the right address. They were treating Maya like a criminal, and like even in jail, like you couldn't send emails properly, like it all had to be gone through first. They make it really difficult for you to communicate with your loved ones in prison. And that's exactly the way they treated Maya and her family, like they were in prison.
Any material the Safe Children's Coalition designee determined to be inappropriate could be withheld, but the Safe Children's Coalition was required to advise the lawyers in the dependency action of the reasons the written material had been determined to be inappropriate. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital had no role in this process. Jack Kowalski and Kyle Kowalski. The dependency court's November 10th order allowed unsupervised telephone and in-person contact between Maya Kowalski and her father and brother. Mr. Kowalski and Kyle Kowalski,
Wait,
her father's
I forgot the date. What was the date?
Jack Kowalski and Kyle.
What date?
No role in this process.
I got to keep my timeline here.
Jack Kowalski and Kyle.
Oh, same,
Kowalski.
November 10th.
The dependency court's November 10th order allowed unsupervised telephone and in-person contact between Maya Kowalski and her father and brother.
All right, and she never got that because Kathy Beatty supervised every call, regardless of what the court order said. She was never allowed to be alone on the phone with her father after the October 14th order. So keep this in mind, November 10th, she was supposed to be able to have unsupervised telephone calls with Kyle and Jack. Oh my gosh, Mrs. K. Griff, I would use my Bastion bolt action pen if I hadn't lost it. My Bastion bolt action pen was the greatest pen. I loved it so much. And I swear either one of my Rugrats stole it or I just lost it. It's probably at the bottom of a purse somewhere. And I'm sick about it. It was my favorite color. It was turquoise. You guys know about Bastion bolt action pens. They are one of, they were my first sort of sponsor, I guess. And then I lost the pen. Uh, you, you can go there, and if you want one, I just don't have any pictures of one, or I can't show you one right now. They are amazing pens, though, and but I lost it, and I'm sad about it, and I need to get another one. So it's bastionboltactionpen.com, promo code MEG20. If you would, I think the promo code still works. You're getting one for your sister for Christmas? That's a great idea. It would make a great, great Christmas present. They are great. They write terrific. I love them. All right. So remember, Jack and Kyle were supposed to get unsupervised telephone calls after November 10th. And what we heard Maya say was that she never got any of that because Kathy Beatty kept her from it.
Mr. Kowalski and Kyle Kowalski did have to abide by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital's rules, policies, and visiting hours. Maya's treatment was to be given priority, but Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital was encouraged to provide Maya Kowalski as much contact with her father and brother as possible, provided it did not interfere with Maya's care.
As much as possible. Do you think she got that?
Mr. Kowalski and Kyle Kowalski were prohibited from discussing Maya's pain, its causes, the allegations against her parents, or when or how the dependency action would be resolved.
The court ordered these people that they no longer had their First Amendment right to speech. They were court ordered to not speak about her illness, about her pain, about the hospital, about the court proceeding. They were ordered by a court not to speak. And I don't know about you, but I don't think that would withstand a federal court ruling. I don't think that would withstand a federal lawsuit. Can a judge order you to no longer speak freely in America? And if he can, we have a big fucking problem.
Mr. Kowalski and Kyle Kowalski were required to be positive about Maya's rehabilitation efforts.
And I'm trying so hard in this chilled night stream not to scream. And you are court ordered and required by a judge in a black robe to speak positively about your captors. You are required to speak positively about the treatment that they're giving your child. Even if it's hurting her, even if she's begging to be released from the pain and torture, you are court ordered to comply. The ministry of love demands it. The ministry of truth will only allow you to tell their truth. Is this really signed by a judge? Yes, Purple Pros, we are going over the court orders right now. It was a court order signed on November 10th, 2016. What, you think Judge Carroll is lying to you about what's on the documents? About what's on the court orders? Who decides what is positive? The government does. JHatch does. DCF decides what is positive. You're not allowed to speak to your sick child about the treatment she's getting in the concentration camp, hospital that she's in. You're court ordered to be positive in the face of human rights violations. You are court ordered not to say a damn word about the abuses that your daughter is suffering. And now maybe the jury will put the pieces together. Maybe the reason why the hospital doesn't have any records of the family complaining is because they were court ordered not to. It's a catch-22. Because if they catch you bad-mouthing the hospital, that judge is going to send the hammer down right on your head.
In progress, and to follow the recommendation of the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital staff as to how to interact with Maya. The number of visitors and the time of the visits required approval in advance.
Wait a minute.
So no.
I got to hear that again. Who gives you the guidance on how to interact with your own daughter?
as to how to interact of the John efforts and progress, and to follow the recommendation of the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital staff as
Oh, the seventh floor coven. You must follow the recommendations of the seventh floor coven in how to interact with your own daughter. Compelled speech. Interesting. I bet you thought this couldn't happen in America. I bet you had no idea that a judge could order what you could say and how you could act, what you were allowed to think. Oh, but they do it every day. Brian, the judge is reading the jury instructions and he's going over the court orders and what they did and did not require. The court orders, I'm talking about the dependency court, not this court, the dependency court. By the way, speaking of the Munchie Bunch, yeah, the seventh floor, let's bring out the seventh floor Munchie Bunch, shall we? It's not updated. I need to put the new photos on there. We don't have Dr. D's, but this is the seventh floor coven, or most of them. I need to reorder this and just make it the seventh floor coven, but Pink Shirt gets to stay. Uh, yeah, these are the people who get to tell you how to interact with your child. You're court ordered to only speak highly of these people. The ones torturing your kid, the one who threw Jesus in the dumpster. You're not allowed to say anything about these people. Speaking of ducks, by the way, I was on Twitter today, and one of you hilarious people made me something. Ezra's Art Atelier, is that a French word? Says now you can official stamp the witches. And wait to see what Ezra made for me. I'm adding it to the stream right now, you guys. This is so good. Oh no, you're not gonna let me add it right now? All right, hold on. Let me delete one and then I can add it. I have too many photos uploaded to StreamYard. Certified witch. Bring in the ducks. Bring in the ducks. Certified witch. Oh God. Okay. Let's get back to it, shall we? Oops, how did we get a small screen all of a sudden over here? Go back.
to how to interact with Maya. The number of visitors and the time of the visits required approval in advance, so no unannounced visits were permitted. Friends and other family members. The November 10th order allowed Maya Kowalski and Jack Kowalski to designate two of Maya's friends and two other relatives as proposed visitors, subject to a background check and clearance by the Department of Children and Family.
God, can you imagine? Can you imagine going to your child's friends and saying, my daughter would really like it if you would visit her in the hospital, but unfortunately, in order for you to do that, you have to submit to a background check by the state and get on their radar. Who the hell is going to say yes to that? Who is going to say yes to that? How do you even explain that to someone? Like, what do you mean I have to submit to a background check? The government is going to get in my business just to visit my friend in the hospital? This is disgusting. Mrs. K. Griff says, this is making my stomach hurt. I'm so angry. I know. You guys, listen. This is going to be very difficult to hear because a lot of you did not know that this was going on, even though, I've been trying to tell you guys. I think it's too horrible for most people to contemplate, and it's why I think I've had really bad pain in my neck, and like half of it was the pinched nerve, and I think the other half was just carrying around all this darkness for so long, other people's really dark stories that I'm living with, and it takes a real toll. It takes a physical toll. I know Rob, Law and Lumber, talks about that too. I mean, he works in family court. Believe me, I'm sure he's seen some things. I know he is alluded to it, And I know he can't say it out loud on his stream because he's a practicing attorney and he can't ruffle any feathers. Doesn't want to do that. He needs his license, and when you become an attorney who speaks out against the family court system, you lose your license. It's happening. They're trying to take Evita Tolu's license in Missouri because she speaks out against them, and she's introduced a bill in the Missouri House of Representatives to strip immunity from them. So they're after her. They have 2 investigations open into her license. They're accusing her of all kinds of crazy lies, just total lies, just making shit up. Yet at the same time, they don't investigate guardians ad litem who have a file this thick on them and complaints from families. They throw those right in the garbage. They don't investigate their own. But if you speak out against them, they do. So I understand why Rob might tiptoe around the issue. He's a family court lawyer. He can't. He can't. There's a real problem. But I can. I'm not connected to family court in any way. I'm just going to go through a few of your comments right now. Miranda Lee says, sorry, not trying to ruffle any feathers, but shame. Can you imagine Maya being isolated and then her family not even asking how she is, how betrayed and hurt she must have felt? It's worse than that. They weren't allowed to tell her about the court orders. So she couldn't understand. No one could tell her why they weren't allowed to talk to her about that. Purple Pro says, I think DCF gives verbal orders. Yes and no. They do, but normally when there's a court hearing, it all gets into a court order. DCF does a lot of shit though to stay off the radar. But if it's in a court, if they go to a hearing, then the order is now. Do they follow court orders? No. So there's a case that Sean McMillan sued and won millions for, the Duval case in California. She had court orders. She had court ordered visitation with her 15-month-old son that they took from her because her father insulted the caseworker in Spanish, and there was unfortunately a translator, and the translator told her what he had said. He called her white trash, and from that moment on, she turned against that side of the family, took the kid that day, and didn't return him. And Mrs. Duval lost her custody. She eventually lost her parental rights because of one vindictive caseworker who didn't like being called white trash. And I hate to tell you, her name is Susan Pender, by the way, and she is absolutely the definition of white trash. Sean McMillan has her entire deposition on his channel, which is Caps and Stems Law, which you must go and see. Susan Pender, look up Susan Pender, Caps and Stems Law, and you can watch her. The living, breathing definition of white trash as she is exposed for what she is. Anyway, they denied the court order. The DCF workers, Susan Pender, just wouldn't have anybody show up to supervise her visitation, or she would tell the father not to bring the kid on the day that Mrs. Duval was there to get her visitation, and they just wouldn't show up. And they did that over and over and over again. And then they would accuse her of not being there for her visits. So she wasn't interested in reuniting or whatever. This is what they do. So just because it's in a court order doesn't mean DCF will follow it. So that's also another problem. All right, I'm trying to catch up. I'm way behind on your chats. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, this is a police state. It is, and it's a silent police state. It's a police state that only affects certain families, and unfortunately, those families, because they've been accused of child abuse, they've lost all of their support in the community. No one believes them. No one. No one believes them. So next time you hear about someone who's been accused of child abuse, I hope that you remember, wait a minute, I remember these other stories of people who were falsely accused of child abuse. Maybe they were falsely accused too. Let me hear them out first. All right, I'm just trying to, man, I am way behind. You guys are active in there. Don't forget to hit the like for the algorithm. That really helps. Miranda says, yes, Megan, thank you. It's a punishment worse than death, I feel. And the Supreme Court actually agrees with you, Miranda. The Supreme Court, and I don't remember what ruling it was, but it's been written about many times. It was a parental rights issue. And the Supreme Court said that the removal of parental rights, the severing of the ties that the government can do and has the ability to do, which is to actually terminate parental rights, and this is a direct quote from the Supreme Court of the United States, is akin to the death penalty for parents. It is akin to the death penalty, which is why in my, angry rant in the earlier stream, I said I think people who do this maliciously knowing that they left out exculpatory information, they didn't provide all the information to the judge when they should have, they either lied or fabricated on a report, that's malicious. And I think if it can be proved that some government worker maliciously broke up your family, if the Supreme Court says it's a punishment that is akin to the death penalty, then why shouldn't they face the death penalty in response? It would sure stop it. It would shut that shit down immediately. If it happened to one social worker, one judge, one, you know, caseworker, one guardian ad litem who maliciously, it was proven in court to maliciously have done this to someone, and they got what a murderer gets because they tried to commit a murder on a family or did commit a murder, because it's the murdering of a family. It's gone. The family is severed. Um why shouldn't they face the ultimate punishment? Now, there's something to be argued that, like I said, I struggle with the whole idea of capital punishment in the first place because the court system is so screwed up. But we're at a place now where the government has so much power. Something has to happen. Something has to be shook up. There must be a consequence. And I'm hoping that this lawsuit will send a message. If this jury finds for the plaintiff, I hope it will be so many zeros that it sends a shockwave of fear through the whole community of people who do this. To say, okay, the government isn't going to hold us accountable, but every once in a while, every once in a while, a family will. The people will. I'm sorry, I didn't even finish your comment. Gag order, and you're trying to play ball with people who've already rigged the game against you. Hell isn't punishment enough. It's true. It's true. Okay. What is the judge doing here? He's reading out the court orders from the dependency court in family court, the kangaroo court. Okay. These are not court orders from his uh, trial. He's telling the jury what the actual court orders were, what dates they were, and what they encompassed so that they know where the hospital overstepped the lines. Let's continue.
Once cleared by the
Wait,
department, those
his super chats. Hold on. I'm sorry. McCrae. Megan, can you send me the file for your Fox fingerprint avatar? I want to make you something, send it on locals. Yeah, can I send files there? If I can't, just drop in the locals chat your email and I'll email it to you, okay? I'll see if I can drop it in the chat though. I'll try.
those individuals were allowed to have unsupervised visits with Maya Kowalski. These visits, though, were subject to the same conditions applicable to Mr. Kowalski and Kyle Kowalski as discussed above in the November 10th order. Michael Kelly, Maya Kowalski's attorney. The November 10th order directed Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital to make the necessary arrangements for Michael Kelly, Maya's attorney, to have in-person and secure telephonic Let me start again. I apologize. I misread. The November 10th order directed Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital to make the necessary arrangements for Michael Kelly, Maya's attorney, to have in-person and secure telephonic confidential communication with Maya Kowalski.
The language is important here. In person and secure. Either in person or on the telephone. Secure, unsupervised. Did you hear that? The court ordered that Maya was to have her attorney unsupervised, secure, and in person. She didn't get that. She didn't get that. If Judge Carroll sounds sad to you reading this, it's probably because he knows that judge is a moron or a political hack. He can't even imagine writing a court order like this in a case like this, hopefully. Judge Carroll is a good judge. Whatever happens in this trial, Judge Carroll did a great job in it. He's doing a great job. He's following the law. He's doing the best he can. And even when he has to follow the law, I have so much respect for this judge, because even when he doesn't agree with the law, he lets you know, but then he follows it anyway. That's big. That's impressive, and it's respect. It earns my respect, because we don't want judges legislating from the bench. It's not their job. It is the legislature's job. It is the appellate court level job to look at some rulings and overturn them if there is a problem. He's doing his job as a trial judge. He's saying, I'm pointing out this problem to that. He did this at one point when he couldn't allow punitive damages for Jack and Kyle's suffering, because he said, I basically, I don't agree. And I'm sending a message to the appellate court I'm just a lowly trial judge. And I think this needs to be relooked at. And that is integrity. But then he ruled the way the law is, the way precedent already is, because that's his job. He can't overstep as a trial court judge and move into the ranks of an appellate judge. He can't do that. Now, there are judges, though, who do, and they get their rulings overturned all the time because they don't follow the rules. And you cannot accuse Judge Carroll of not following the law and of not being fair in this case. He's been very fair. He's done things we did not like for the defense, and he's done things the defense did not like for the plaintiff. And he's weighed the balance every time. He said, I did it for you, so I'm going to do it for them. I have really appreciated that. All right, so let's move on. So we're at the attorney. Michael Kelly was supposed to get secure and in-person visits. He didn't get that.
Other relevant requirements. The November 10th order allowed Maya Kowalski to have religious artifacts that did not interfere with her rehabilitation. The dependency court encouraged Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital to allow a Catholic priest to have regular contact with Maya. If a person authorized to have contact with Maya Kowalski violated Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital policy, the dependency court's order, or negatively affected Maya's rehabilitation, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital was authorized to suspend that person's contact with Maya Kowalski. 3. The December 9th, 2016 order. The dependency court entered its third order affecting contact with Maya Kowalski on Friday, December 9th, 2016. This third order was a special order to address Maya Kowalski's birthday. It allowed Mr. Kowalski and Maya Kowalski's uncle, Scott Kowalski, to visit Maya on her birthday in accordance with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital policies. The visit would only be permitted if, in the judgment of hospital staff, the visit would not adversely affect Maya's emotional condition or impede the hospital's rehabilitation efforts. 4. The December 16, 2016 order. The dependency court entered its fourth order affecting contact with Maya Kowalski on Friday, December 16, 2016. That fourth order changed some, but not all of the terms of the November 10th order. Beata Kowalski. The December 16th order permitted Beata Kowalski to have video contact with Maya via Skype, FaceTime, or similar electronic means at times and under conditions approved by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. The dependency court allowed Johns Hopkins to supervise these video calls, and its medical staff could suspend those calls. This was a change from the November 10th order. Despite that change to video calls, the December 16th order did not change the November 10th order's requirements for a designee of the Safe Children's Coalition to review the written materials between Maya Kowalski and Beata Kowalski. Jack Kowalski and Kyle Kowalski. The December 16th order did not change the November 10th order concerning Jack Kowalski and Kyle Kowalski's contact and communication with Maya Kowalski. The provisions of the November 10th order continue to apply to Jack Kowalski and Kyle Kowalski. Mark Zimmerman, Maya Kowalski's attorney. The December 16th order directed that with reasonable notice to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, Maya Kowalski was allowed to have secure and confidential communication with her attorney, Mark Zimmerman. This provision altered the identity of Maya Kowalski's attorney from the November 10th order and slightly altered the obligation on Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Other relevant requirements. The December 16th order did not change the November 10th order concerning other relevant requirements. The other relevant requirement provisions of the November 10th order continued to apply. 5. The December 27th, 2016 order. The dependency court entered its fifth order affecting contact with Maya Kowalski on Tuesday, December 27th, 2016. That fifth order substantially changed contact with Maya on a going forward basis. Beata Kowalski. The dependency court's December 27th order allowed daily video calls with Maya Kowalski at approximately 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. daily. The dependency court permitted, but did not require, the guardian ad litem, the case manager from the department, or any member of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital staff to supervise the video calls.
Okay. Permitted, but not required. Permitted, but not required. Permitted, but not required. She was supposed to have 2 calls a day now. By December 27th, Beata was supposed to have 2 calls a day with her daughter. Now we need to find out, somebody needs to find me what date the email was. I can find it. Oh my God, I can find it. Because I know what day it was. It was the day that the guardian ad litem testified. And that would have been, what day was that? I think it was day 13. I'm starting to memorize the numbers of the days and what happened, because I've had to do so much of this, like searching around. No, okay. Day 13 was Dr. Corcoran. Let's try day. It might have been after that. Okay, the reason why I want this is because there was a document the day that the guardian ad litem testified that showed the day that Kathy, here it is, day 14. I was 1 day off. All right, let's see the email. Hold on. Let's see the email, because the email, Kathy said on the date of this call, she was going to cut off when Beata prayed. She was going to cut off all contact.
Your witness.
And Maya never heard from her again.
Deal with the time issue, but otherwise.
Are they going to tell us what time?
You recall that you supervised several phone calls in mid to late November.
Yes.
All right. The court order in effect at the time, having reviewed that court order, was there any limitation placed on the frequency of the phone calls?
November 10th would be the mid to late November he's talking about. There was only one court order in November, and that was the November 10th order. So that's the order we just heard about. And we know that this is the order, that this is what the court said on November 10th. Phone calls with Maya supervised with guardian ad litem or case manager for Beata. So that was in November. November. All right. Because this order, December 27th, when she was supposed to be having daily video calls at 11 and 5, I don't think she ever got them because it was in November, I believe. Let's keep listening. Was it in November that DCF got the notice from Kathy that it was harmful to the child and they cut off all contact? Was the court even informed? Did anyone tell the court? There's someone at the hospital keeping her mother from speaking to her. She says that she's been harmed by it, and why would the judge order mom to have 2 calls a day while at the same time Kathy Beatty is writing emails to the guardian saying, "I'm gonna put a stop to all these calls because it's harming Maya." Obviously, that was kept from the judge.
Between Beata and Maya that were allowed?
No,
Was there any limitation imposed on the length of those phone calls?
no,
Did you make yourself generally available to facilitate phone calls as the supervisor under the order?
yes, sir.
Do you recall a time that Beata had requested a phone call on Thanksgiving?
Yes, sir.
Did you make yourself available?
Yes.
Was that phone call allowed to happen?
No,
Why?
because Miss Beatty's schedule didn't allow for that.
So Miss Beatty was not amenable to a phone call on Thanksgiving between Beata and Maya.
She just wasn't, it just wasn't in her schedule from what I know.
All right. Do you recall a phone call after Thanksgiving?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to listen to that phone call?
Yes, sir.
If that phone call is allowed to be played for this jury, do you consent to the playing of that phone call?
Yes, sir.
In that post-Thanksgiving phone call, did Beata Kowalski attempt to pray with her daughter?
Object
Yeah.
to hearsay, Your Honor.
I haven't asked for it.
Overruled.
All right, that's
Ms.
it. It
Kowalski
was
attempted to pray with her
post-Thanksgiving. We
daughter.
got it.
Yes, sir.
Post-Thanksgiving. So it was after Thanksgiving, which would have been the 28th, 8th, 29th, end of November. This is what happened.
What was Ms. Beatty's reaction to Beata trying to pray with her daughter? If you could explain that to the jury, please.
Well, the phone call was, Miss Beatty had mentioned that the phone call, it was time for the phone call to end it because she needed to go to a meeting. And Miss Kowalski asked to pray or began praying. And then at one point it was interrupted by a lot of loud noises. And Miss Kowalski asked what the noises were. And Miss Beatty said that it was her office stuff. And anyway, she proceeded to finish the prayer, and then the visit ended. And afterwards,
Let me stop you right there.
Sorry.
You're doing great. I just wanted to clarify, when you say the visit ended, does that mean that at that point, after the prayer, which was slightly interrupted, that Maya and Beata both hung up?
yes.
So at that point in the phone call, it was just Ms. Beatty at the hospital and yourself.
Yes, sir.
All right. Please continue.
So at the end of the call, Miss Beatty said to me that she
Oh my God.
that prayer was just
you guys, with
mom's
the
way of
memes.
extending the phone call. And I said, well, she has a right to pray.
I haven't looked at locals in a while, and the memes are killing me. Okay. She said, this is what happened after the call, though. Listen to what happened after this prayer thing. I told her she had the right to pray.
And then we were going to schedule, I asked her, can we schedule the next phone call? And Miss Beatty said, no, we're not going to schedule anything right now. I'm going to end the phone calls at this point. I'm going to take care of that.
And as part of your training as a guardian ad litem, do you receive training on the right of families in these types of situations to maintain their religious practices?
Yes, sir. There's cultural competence training that includes all different aspects, including religion, And it's part of our goal as guardian ad litem to make sure that the child is having all of their normalcy needs met, and that includes any kind of religious practice.
And did you inform Catherine Beatty of this, the right to practice their religion?
Yes, it was a quick comment, but I did say, well, she has a right to pray.
And after Ms. Beatty stated to you that she was going to put an end to the phone calls, did you have any future phone calls where you were allowed to supervise Beata and Maya speaking?
No.
There it is. And that's what I was waiting
Your
for.
witness.
That's what I was waiting for. So please, somebody,
Good morning.
hold on. I'm trying to stop this. Somebody tell me how, when there are court orders after November, there are court orders December 9th, December 16th. On December 16th, there was a court order that Beata was supposed to have FaceTime videos with her that were supervised by DCF. On December 27th, she was supposed to get them twice a day that could or could not be supervised. They didn't have to. And I have not heard testimony that she got any of these. So here we have DCF and the hospital not even following the court orders. Why? Why? Even this bullshit judge, even this terrible, moronic, political hack judge in this family court was increasing the amount of time mom was having with Maya, or at least he thought he was. And Kathy Beatty was making sure it never happened. Yeah, they did this. They did this. That's right, they did this. And it isn't, I mean, this timeline, you know how we've been saying from the beginning, like, we need a timeline. Like, how come we don't have a timeline? It's because they were fighting over the language of this jury instruction right here. This is very important. This is what the jury has been waiting on forever. And if they are like me and they've been taking notes, and they have been, this jury is paying attention. They're writing their notes right now. And right about where I stopped here, they are realizing, oh my God, they stopped her phone calls in November. All right, Allison, let me explain. I just don't understand why it has to be read to the jury. Okay, let me explain. The reason why jury instructions exist is because the judge and the court and the law requires, I should just say the law requires that certain things are admissible and certain things aren't. In this case, it has already been ruled that the hospital has immunity for making the phone call. The court found that they acted in good faith in calling in the child abuse, the suspected child abuse. So anything that occurred after October 14th, if it had anything to do with a dependency hearing in the court, is separate from this case. And the jury cannot hold the hospital responsible for anything the court did. It doesn't mean the court's right. It doesn't mean that the court made the right decisions, because we know they didn't, but they're immune. They have immunity. You can't go after a judge for terrible decisions he made unless he made them outside of the scope of his position as a judge. But that didn't happen in this case. The judge was always acting in his official judge position. So even if he orders your free speech to be completely violated, nobody can do anything to him. Okay, no one. And no one can do anything to the hospital for making the call. So the jury is being instructed that they are not to take out their rage on the hospital for separating the family. They're not allowed. They have immunity on that. But what they don't have immunity on is everything that happened before October 14th. And they are not immune from anything they did, anything the hospital did that the court didn't order them to do. Do you understand? The court never ordered Maya to be held down and stripped and photographed. The hospital did that. The court never ordered her to be surveilled for 48 hours and have the toilet put far enough away from her so she had to soil herself because she couldn't get there. The court never, okay, wait, it's a night chill stream. I'm starting to get, I'm starting to get upset. I'm trying to keep my chill voice. This is a night stream. People are sleeping. The court never ordered Jesus to be thrown into the dumpster. The court actually ordered that she should have access to a priest. So, reading the court orders and what they meant and what they said is imperative for this jury so they understand where the hospital overstepped their bounds, overstepped the court orders, and took matters into their own hands and tortured this child without lawful authority. Okay? Does everybody get it? Are we all caught up? Night Owl, I totally agree with this, and I'm actually really glad that Pope Francis said this because I believe it 100%. I believe that people who commit this atrocity on themselves are forgiven because there is a point at which that you reach, especially if someone is that tormented, yes, because no one can be accountable, no one can be expected to withstand everything. And we have to forgive. We have to forgive. And I know Jesus forgives. I know he does. And pray for those souls. Absolutely pray for the souls. And yeah, remember the phrase altruistic surrender. Because, the Bible says there is no greater love than a man who lays down his life for a friend. And that love was shown to us with Christ on the cross. He willingly gave up his life. And that was an altruistic surrender, right? He willingly surrendered to the mob. And I do see what Beata did as willingly surrendering to the mob. There was a mob demanding her head, and she gave it to him. And she did it to save her daughter. And I do believe this. It wasn't an unaliving, it was a murder. And the Supreme Court agrees. The Supreme Court has said that severing parental rights is akin to the death penalty. And there was a death in this case. It led to her death. And the means of death is much less important than the facts around the case that led to the death. So
Kowalski was not permitted to make any disparaging comments.
here we go.
Beata Kowalski staff.
Here we go again. The court ordered Beata to speak positively of her tormentors. How would you feel to receive a court order like this?
To supervise the video calls. Beata Kowalski was not permitted to make any disparaging comments. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital was allowed to suspend the video call if Beata Kowalski violated the hospital's policy, the December 27th order, or acted to.
I have a feeling that if Beata is aware in some way of what's happening, and I hope that she is, because, her name is on everybody's lips right now, and her daughter is in everybody's prayers right now. So there must be a buzz in heaven. And if that's the case and she knows, I have to think that she appreciates the free speech on this channel, where we have taken all of our God-given right to disparage these people for what they did. When she was ordered not to, we are under no such court order, are we, folks? We are under no such court order. And so, look what exists now. Don't you think Beata would have laughed? Don't you think she would have just laughed and laughed to have seen this? Your Honor, permission to bring in the duck. Don't you think that she would be crying tears of joy to see the type of support that she has from the whole country? I mean, I know that there's some trolls out there, but don't you think she would have gotten a huge kick out of the fact that we are able to do what she was court ordered not to do? She was court ordered not to disparage the coven on floor 7. But we can. which is why I think it's so important that we do. We can do this. Beata couldn't. So I have, I think, hashtag disparage J Hatch for Beata. That's ridicule for Beata because she was court ordered not to. But we still have our freedom of speech.
Negatively affect Maya's rehabilitation. Jack Kowalski, Kyle Kowalski, Scott Kowalski, and Wendy Kowalski. The dependency court's December 27th order allowed each of Jack Kowalski, Kyle Kowalski, Scott Kowalski, Maya's uncle, and Wendy Kowalski, Maya's aunt, to have unsupervised, unlimited visitation with Maya. Jack Kowalski was required to announce the visit at least 2 hours in advance. These visitors were required to abide by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital visitation policy. They were not allowed to make any disparaging comments. Johns Hopkins All Children's.
The court order keeping people from speaking. Oh God, these people have a huge federal case. Oh my God, it just hit me. Oh my God. They have a huge federal case. I think they do. Beata's aunt and uncle were restrained. Their First Amendment rights were restrained by an illegal gag order. And I mean, this even went beyond her immediate family. These were people who had never been accused of anything. And they were restrained. What does the First Amendment say? Hold on. I mean, we talk about the First Amendment all the time, but have we read it recently? Let me preface this by saying that the Constitution of the United States overrides any law or any order that disagrees with the Constitution. You cannot, as a lowly, moronic, political hack family judge, sorry, Judge Carroll, I'm not speaking about you. I realize that you're on the screen right now, but we are not talking about you. Let's go over to the Constitution and the language over there so that no one thinks I'm disparaging my favorite judge. The First Amendment, right here. Wait, I want the actual text, not this. Text, Constitution, a transcription at the National Archives. Thank you. That's what we need. All right. Article 1. We need Amendment 1. Where are the amendments? What, there's no amendments on this? Come on. We're going to find it. There we go. We'll try that. No, not the Bill of Rights. First Amendments to the Constitution. I just want the text, for God's sake. The one about speech shall not be abridged. Is it abridged or infringed? Why is this so difficult? I should have it memorized. There it is. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech. There it is. Shall make no law. And now it does say Congress. Are judges restricted? Are judges restricted from restricting your freedom of speech? Yeah, Lois, unless a judge says so. Yeah, that's how they get around it. Well, judges aren't passing laws, but they are violating your freedom of speech. Dang. That's how they get around it. Yeah, judges can't make laws, but see, they make pseudo laws because their court orders are basically laws, unless you challenge them, unless you sue, to appeal to a higher court to get it overturned. And I don't know who you would sue in this case. See, like, you would have a federal case if the government, and the judge is part of the government. The court is the government, but he has immunity. So you can't sue him. Who can you sue? See? They have immunity, so you can't sue. You could if it were, I can't even think. Like, what? Would it have to be like a congressman or something? Yeah, this is crazy. You can't get around the immunity. Yeah, but see, here's the thing. It's over. It's done with. There's nothing to appeal. You can't appeal an order that's moot. The appeal has to happen at the time of the order, I think. It has to while it's still active. And there's case law on this. There's all kinds of case law about gag orders and stuff, and this would be considered like a gag order. Could it be done against the state of Florida? Maybe. I don't think so. It's the judicial branch, and you can't sue judges because they have immunity. No, there's no loophole when it comes to judges. Well, there is, but the judge you have to prove that the judge acted outside of the scope of his official duties, and this would not qualify. So I don't know. I'll have to think about it and research it, but I believe that these gag orders, that ordering people what they can and cannot say, I believe is ultimately unconstitutional. And I think at the moment that it was done, it could have been appealed. I don't know what they did, and I don't know if they appealed it, but it should have been appealed in a federal court. But that takes hundreds of thousands of dollars. Do you know how much money it takes? At this point, there's no one to appeal to. But if you could have appealed it into a federal court at the time, I don't think it would survive. I don't think that restraining the speech of the aunt and uncle who had nothing to do with any of this could possibly survive. I don't know. Let's keep going.
This hospital was
I'll
allowed
be
to
right back.
suspend any visit if that person violated the hospital's policy, the December 27th order, or acts to negatively affect Maya's rehabilitation. Other persons. The dependency court's December 27th order prevented any other persons besides the 5 Kowalski family members identified in the December 27th order from communicating with Maya. The order discharging Maya Kowalski from the hospital. The dependency court entered an order on January 13th, 2017, discharging Maya to her father's custody. At that time, the visitation orders ceased. That concludes the reading of the court's instruction to the juries.
All right. I didn't miss anything before the January 13th one, did I? I was talking to Spawn, so did I miss anything? I don't think I did. Massachusetts corruption says judicial immunity is not by law. It is literally a figment of their imagination. Only a Supreme Court doctrine, not law. Yes, that is correct. But unfortunately, Supreme Court rulings act like laws, which is what the entire argument of Roe v. Wade was about. Because once you have a Supreme Court ruling on something, it becomes the law of the land. And that's why it needed to be overturned and go back to the states and have the states make their own laws through the legislature about abortion or whatever. I don't want to get into that, but I believe it's a states' rights issue. Every person in every state has the right to decide what their state is going to do when it comes to issues as controversial as abortion. Yes, judicial immunity was decided in a horrific Supreme Court ruling. And I remember what the case was about, but I don't remember what it was called. It was actually decided, the immunity was decided in a case where a judge had ordered a girl to be sterilized. He ordered a teenager, she was like 14 or 15, to be sterilized because her mother said she was running around with boys and she couldn't control her. And the judge ordered her to be sterilized. And the Supreme Court found that because he was acting in his role as a judicial, with judicial authority, that he got immunity for that. And what they were doing was covering their own asses. They never wanted to be held accountable. There are a bunch of people in black robes, 9 people in black robes. They never wanted to be held accountable for shit decisions they made. So they covered the ass of the shit decision that judge made. And he sterilized a 14 or 15-year-old girl. And she sued later on saying, I wanted to have children, in her 20s or whatever. She could not have children. And it went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court decided to side with their brothers and sisters in black, and that's how we got judicial immunity, and we still have it today. And it is a figment of imagination, and the legislature could strip the immunity immediately. They could write laws that say judges are not immune, court actors are not immune. No one is immune. No one is above the law. You hear people say every day, Donald Trump is not above the law. You hear that all the time, the Democrats. Donald Trump is not above the law. We are going to hold him accountable to the law. Well, okay, I'll agree with that. But I also think that these judges should not be above the law. Why are the judges above the law? Why are they immune? Why is the guardian ad litem immune? Why are caseworkers immune? Why do they get judicial immunity? They're not judges. Stump v. Sparkman. Legal Vices to the rescue. Thanks, Jeff. Are you sleep chatting right now? Or are you actually awake? Because I bet he could quote this in his sleep. Stump v. Sparkman, 1978. Jeff, one of these days, we should read that ruling. We should read we should do a stream and read the opinion on Stump v. Sparkman. I've never read it in its entirety. And it would be great to like understand it and discuss it together. Mrs. K. Griff says, Jeff coming in hot with the case. I love that I have lawyers for friends. I always tell people I'm not LawTube. I'm LawTube adjacent, but I have a lot of friends and almost all of them are lawyers. My sister's a lawyer. My mother's a lawyer. All of my best friends are lawyers. So it's good to have lawyers that you know. All right. We're moving on to the next witness. And what I've heard from people who have seen this already is that this person might be one of the, that this person apparently has a master's degree and nobody can figure out how that happened. No one knows how. But if this person has a master's degree, it should tell us that we could all do it. So Squid Pro Crow says, I need Legal Vices. Make Megan wear this robe for the sidebar conclusion. And make the day. I am always happy to wear this robe. This robe is one of the most luxurious items that I own. And I love it. All right. Master of what? Hold on. Am I missing something? Let me check on Rumble because I have not checked on Rumble in a long time. How you doing over there, Rumble chat? You guys are the unsung heroes over there on Rumble, sticking up for freedom of speech, being over on the platform that doesn't censor me. I appreciate you guys. I totally appreciate you guys so much. And you know what? Rumble may have come up with Stump v. Sparkman before Jeff did. I'm just seeing here that they linked over on Rumble the Stump v. Sparkman decision and an article about judicial immunity. So cheers to the Rumble chat who's keeping it real over there. And you guys are really terrific. And I'm sorry that I can't put your comments up on the screen, and I wish I could. All you have is now says it's a black robe cult. I agree with that. Crazy Warlock, thanks for being the mod over there. I really appreciate you. And I just wanted to let you know I haven't forgotten about you over there. I just wish that StreamYard would do a plugin or something for Rumble chats so I can put you guys up on the screen, because I love that you choose Rumble over YouTube. YouTube, by the way, hit my channel again. I don't have a strike, but they took down something that I did 3 years ago because they said it was medical information and they didn't give me a chance to even review it. They just took it down. Damn, locals chat. I am so far behind on your memes. Oh, the memes over there are so funny. You're killing me. Hold on. I have to share at least one of these. Oh my God. Here, you know what? I'm gonna share this. Look, you guys. From a young age, I was prepared for the world to be dangerous and evil, but I was never prepared for it to also be retarded. Oh, you can't see that one. It's really small. Look. You guys kill me. I haven't even seen some of these. Oh my gosh. This is why you guys need to be over on Locals. Look at this. The Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop Guild. Yeah. I'm dying. Oh, look. Somebody fixed the Munchie Bunch for me. I'm going to replace this. This the Munchie Bunch. With the duck. Oh my gosh. We have gay pride parades while Poland has winged hussar parades. I want a refund. Oh my God, you guys, I love this one. This is my answer to the court order. What is the cure for such disorders? Beatings. You guys, Locals is so fun. It's so fun. It's so fun. I highly recommend. And you can use promo code Maya for a discount so that you can get over there and participate in the chat and send and make memes and share them. Oh, I'm sorry. That was the kid catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. You're right. I thought it was one of the Munchkins. Oh man. All right, we're moving on to the next witness. It's a nurse.
With that, we're now going to call.
It's the nurse who held her Maya down while she cried, and they stripped her and took pictures.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Like this way.
Oh, she looks nice.
May I please record? Good afternoon.
Hi.
There's a microphone that's been pushed out of the way a little bit. If you want to, yeah.
Okay.
Make sure that you go ahead and say your name for the record, please.
Alicia Alcide.
Okay. Ms. Alcide, are you an employee of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Yes.
And what is your position there?
Registered nurse.
And where do you currently work?
Right now, I'm a nurse coordinator for the Muscular Dystrophy Clinic.
Okay. Can you speak up just a little bit?
I'm a nurse coordinator for the Muscular
That's
Dystrophy
better.
Clinic.
Okay.
You can speak.
Prior to that, did you work on the 7th floor?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. And at one point in time, at least January 6th of 2017, were you the bedside nurse for Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
All right. Let's back up a little bit and talk about your education and training. First of all, where did you go to school for
At
nursing?
Florida A&M University.
And just tell us about your education when you graduated.
So I got my AA at College of Central Florida, transferred to Florida A&M University, where I got my BSN, and I also have my master's in public health from USF.
Okay. And when would you have gotten your BSN as a Bachelor's of Science in Nursing?
Yes.
Okay. And that makes you an RN at that point?
Yes.
And when did you get that?
I graduated in 2005. Yeah, 2005.
Okay. And take us up to your employment up to joining All Children's.
I started working at All Children's in 2010.
Okay. Prior to 2010, where did you work?
I worked at a hospital in Ocala, Florida. It was called Monroe Regional Center at the time, but it's a different name now.
Okay. And you worked in that hospital
Yes.
as an RN?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You are a pediatric nurse.
Correct.
Tell the jury why you felt called to be a pediatric nurse.
Well, so my brother was born with a hypoxic brain injury, which led him to have cerebral palsy, which is CP, and he growing up, he just was sick a lot. He was in the hospital a lot, multiple doctor's visits. But throughout his life, the nurses were always really kind to him and my family, and they always took really good care of him. His home health nurses did as well, and I just knew I wanted to do what they were doing. I wanted to take care of children. I wanted to take care of kids. I wanted to help them like the way they helped my brother. So that's the reason.
Again, she's Florence Nightingale. She has a backstory that led her to the nursing field. She's Mother Teresa. She's Florence Nightingale. She just loves children. Now that might be true. And I have no information that says that's not true, except that she was the one holding Maya down while she cried and helping to rip off her clothes and take pictures of her. I mean, is there not a point in time where you are asked to do something and the little voice inside your head says, "No, stop, don't." And that little voice inside your head becomes the actual voice coming out of your mouth and says, "No, I can't be a part of this. I won't do that." Yeah, they're making another saint. Now, I don't know if her story is true or not. I don't even know if she has a brother that has this. Is anyone gonna go and find out, you know? Like, she could just be saying she has a brother with this problem. Or she does, and that's her story. Fine. But I don't know what that has to do with how you treated Maya. The the patron saint of not remembering? I don't know, I haven't seen it yet. Well, maybe her sainthood will reveal itself as we move on.
Why I wanted to be a pediatric nurse.
So thank you for sharing that.
And he's passed away, so that was many, many years ago.
So you started All Children's in 2010,
Yes,
and were you on the seventh floor?
yes.
Okay, and remind the jury, they've heard, but remind the jury what type of floor is this, the seventh floor, what type of patient?
The 7th floor. You guys, we need a 7th floor meme. We need a 7th floor coven meme. And the way that I envision it, we need to have all the ones that are on the 7th floor in this meme, because okay, so it's her. Of course, we don't know if she's part of the coven yet, although I think if you held a kid down and stripped her while people were taking pictures while she cried, you should probably be inducted into the coven. So we have her, we have Paula Dees, we have Dr. Peppa in the PICU with the telephone. So we have her. We have Dr. Pagan, who we've never seen. We have Dr. Who was the other doctor on the 7th floor? Help me out here, folks. And the nurse is on the 7th floor. Oh, the witchy-haired nurse. The witchy-haired nurse. What the hell was her name? Okay, here, I'll show you. We need a 7th floor coven meme. And perhaps, like, I can't think of any. All right, here we go. Who is the one on the upper right, the top column, upper right, far right? Who is that? What was her name? I've totally forgotten. She was on the 7th floor. Who else? Kathy Beatty was on the 7th floor. Dr. Peppa Sanchez was on the 7th floor. She's in the bottom right. The one on the bottom left, I believe she was also on the 7th floor. That would be the one who called her ketamine girl. We have an entire coven of people on the 7th floor that we need a meme for. We just do. Let's see. I'm gonna add the locals Munchie Bunch that was made for me, because I think that one is more updated. But we need a 7th floor coven. The way I envision it is like we did one for the Johnny Depp trial that was hilarious. Do you remember the movie The Craft? I envision it in that style. Or what was the one with oh my God, with that idiot, that idiot who's an idiot on Twitter now all the time, Alyssa Milano, that idiot. What was that show that she was in about witchcraft? There has to be some great stills from that one. I see it in that style. Anyway, so yeah, we have Dr. Smith. She was definitely on the 7th floor. We have Kathy Beatty. She was on the 7th floor. Dr. Peppa. Oh yeah, who's this one on the white? Katzenstein. She was on the 7th floor. Katzenstein. And then the one below Katzenstein, the one underneath the white shirt girl, to the far right, that one, I can't remember her name. She was on the 7th floor. She was the charge nurse. Oh wait, I got Peppa Sanchez mixed up with the other one. Peppa Sanchez is in the bottom right. Who's the one in the top middle? What's her name? She was on the 7th floor. Oh my god, I can't tell the difference now between those two. Hags of Hell. 7th floor. Charmed. Thank you, Charmed. Or American Horror Story. You guys on locals. I'm counting on you to come up with this. I need a 7th floor coven. Who are these? Oh, Paula Dees. Paula Dees is on the top row. Peppa Sanchez is on the bottom row. That's it. Yep. And who's this one far over to the left on the bottom? Who is that? Is she a nurse? I don't remember who she was. I'm forgetting already. Like, but I know that locals is paying attention. So I need locals to make me a 7th floor coven, and obviously this one gets added. Did we get her name? I didn't get her name. Somebody remind me what her name is.
It's a surgical neurosciences unit,
And for how long were you on the 7th floor?
12 years.
Oh,
So it's fairly
all right. If it was Charlotte Laporte, she works at DCF, and she never was in the hospital, so we can't add her to the 7th floor. So the one on the far left, that was Charlotte Laporte. She is not a doctor or a Johns Hopkins person. She's DCF. We need to make a separate meme for all the DCF people.
recently that you changed your position.
Yes.
And what was the reason for the change?
I just had a change in life and I needed to be more available to my daughter. I had to take her to school and pick her up. That's not feasible with a 12-hour shift. So I had to find another job to be able to do that.
So back in 2016, 2017, what shift were you working?
It's the day shift.
And is that 12 hours, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Let me just ask you a couple of questions. With respect to 7th, is it 7 North or is it just 7?
It's 7 North.
7 North. That's what
Jason
okay, with respect to
Smith.
7 North.
Her name is
Are there some
material.
rooms that have video cameras in them?
There is.
Are
That's
those
a
just the
good one.
EEG special rooms?
Yes.
With respect to regular patient rooms, do they have video cameras in them?
No.
Do you recall a social worker by the name of Kathy Beatty?
Yes.
Did you have much familiarity with Miss Beatty?
Only with the patient I took care of.
Okay. All right. And I think we mentioned this, but on January 6, 2017, were you in fact assigned to be the bedside nurse for Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
Okay. Describe for the jury the duties or what your duties were as a bedside nurse.
As a bedside nurse,
Stripping little kids, holding them
my
down
job
against
and
their
my duty
will.
is to take care of my patient. That could involve in following the doctor's orders, the plan of care for the patient, administer medications, assist with ADLs, which is activities of daily living, helping with procedures, and be an advocate for the patient and family, just whatever the patient needs.
With respect to your duties as a bedside nurse, would you sometimes have to assist patients either with dressing or bathing or other issues like that?
Yes.
Tell the jury what was your goal with respect to protecting the modesty or dignity of your patients when you would have to assist with those types of activities.
Do you mean like do you mean my patients in general? Like,
Well, in general, and then we'll get to my
okay. To protect their modesty. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure, sure. So if you had to help a child either undress or bathe or assist them.
Gosh darn it, Elsie Merritt. Now I have that song in my head. Well, it's Foxton After Dark. Careless whispers of a good friend. Oh, stop it. Now I'm going to have that in my head for the rest of the night. Damn it. I'm never going to dance again. You've done it now.
And those types of intimate type of things, what would you do or how would you try to protect their modesty and their dignity?
Okay. I would make sure that they are covered. If I couldn't get them into like the bathroom, or if there was someone else in the room, I would ask them to leave. But I would make sure they're covered, and I would
Silent PS.
just protect their privacy.
Do you recall on January 6, 2017, that Maya Kowalski was going to be leaving, being discharged from the hospital to go to court.
Yes.
Can we bring up Joint Exhibit 1001, 1572?
The wine is doing its job. It's true. Thanks for the earworm.
No, 1572. Thank you.
My
Oh,
guilty feet have
there it is.
no
Freeze it. Okay.
rhythm.
So do you see your name on there, Miss Alcide? Let's see. Just above the continuous infusions, that line above there, it says result comment. Maybe you could highlight that for us. The second
I see my
paragraph.
name, but not where continuous infusion.
No. I was just directing.
Yes, I do see my name under medication administration.
Okay. I'm looking a little bit further down. It says 1/6/2017, 1056. There we go. Thank you.
Okay.
Under the result comment, it says Alicia D. Alcide. Is that you?
Yes.
And then it says patient discharged with uncle per court order will be readmitted today. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall, in fact, that Maya was going to court with her uncle that day?
Yes.
Okay. And so this is at 10:58. Does that mean that's the time that she actually left, or on or about that time? That's why you charted it?
Living
I can't say
without
that's when she left. From me, this looks like a medication
you. Can't
record,
stop.
and I could.
Damn it.
Just going by my documentation, I'm charting that I did not give her the flu vaccine
Okay.
because she was going to court.
Okay. But in any event, it's sometime that morning the patient had left with her uncle to go to court.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Prior to her leaving, were you requested by Miss Beatty to assist with some photographs?
Yes.
Tell us what you recall about that.
Objection, call for narrative.
Wait a minute.
Sustained.
What?
Tell us what you recall.
What's a witch's beauty mark? Do I have one? Look, I have a big mole on my face. I have a beauty mark right here. Is that called a witch's mark? I see she has one right here, which is a really interesting place. I don't think I've ever seen a beauty mark right there, but I kind of like it. Is it also called a witch's mark? Is it? That's something I've never heard before. It's like the what was the thing? Oh, who was the one with the witch's lock? It was either Peppa Sanchez. It was Peppa Sanchez. She has a witch's lock. Alicia Alcide. Well, yeah, it's a beauty mark, but I mean, isn't that what she has right here too? Isn't that the same thing? What's a What's the difference between a beauty mark and a witch's mark? Oh my God, Mexican Vader. No, no. This is supposed to be a chill stream, and you're making me yell at you. Stop it right now. Stop it. Damn it. Never gonna give you up. Don't rickroll me. David. Oh, legal vices. So that was one way of identifying a witch. Moles, birthmarks, port wine stains, etc. Oh my God. Oh my God. So I would have been a witch. I would have been a witch back in the day. Look at this thing. I have a huge beauty mark on my face. Huge. You see it? It's huge. And you know, I've always liked it. I've never had any problem with it.
All about what Miss Beatty requested of you.
She asked me to assist to take some photos of Maya
Okay. All right. Where did these photographs take place?
in her room.
In Maya's room.
Yes.
So Maya
Jeff, the difference between a beauty mark and a witch's mark? About 400 years. Oh my God. That's excellent. You know what I think? Your Honor? Your Honor. Permission to bring in the duck. Your Honor, really, it's time. Permission to bring in the duck. Come on now.
was not moved to another room in order to take the photos?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Was Maya moved to another room to take the photos, or were they taken in her room?
I don't recall her being moved to another room to take pictures.
So your best memory is they were taken in her room.
Correct.
Bleeding.
Correct.
What did you have any
Jeff is
concerns or
working.
thoughts of concerns
cannot come
when
on,
Ms.
he's
Beatty asked you
working.
to come in and assist with taking photos?
No,
And
No,
why
I
not?
didn't have any concerns about
I just didn't think to be,
what? I just didn't? What? Hold, let's go back. I'm sorry. Did you have any concerns when Miss Beatty asked you to come in and take pictures?
no,
And why not?
No.
I just didn't think to be, it didn't seem like a concern to me at the time.
Were you aware that Maya was there under a shelter order?
Yes.
Have you had experience with other kids being placed in the hospital under any type of dependency or shelter orders?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
What?
Sure.
You don't. Mm,
Your experience as a nurse on 7 North, have you seen or been aware of other children that have been on that floor as a result of either shelter or dependency orders?
Yes.
Are you aware of other children where photographs have been taken?
Projection relevance.
no. I want to hear the answer.
With-
No, I want to hear the answer to this. No, how many? Oh, I'm shouting again. Oh my God. It's the night stream, Megan. It's the night stream. Chill. This is the chill stream. I want to know the answer to that. Don't object to that, Anderson. How many other children that you've been holding hostage did you take photographs of? I want to know that.
With respect to Maya Kowalski's photographs, did your prior experience with, let me start that. Did you have prior experience with other children being photographed?
Objection.
Don't object.
All right,
Oh,
so
it's
let's go to
sustained.
what
God
actually
darn it.
occurred.
Anderson. I'm trying not to scream. I'm trying hard not to scream. Very hard. Very, very hard. All right. Anderson, that is not going to hurt you to hear how many other children under a lockdown by a judge is this woman taking pictures of? I want to know the answer to that question. Nobody thinks that's a good thing. The jury is with you. The jury thinks it's horrible, and they are just finding out for the very first time that a hospital has the right to strip little children and take pictures. Please, you should have let her talk. Expose this shit. Why did he object? He thinks that if he lets her say that, oh yeah, we do this all the time, that somehow the jury is going to be like, I'm getting warm. Because I'm trying to keep the rage inside. That I'm getting warm. It's making me hot. He thinks that if he lets her tell this, that the jury is going to be like, oh well, they do it to everybody, so it's no big deal. No. What this is exposing is that the hospital has all these kids under shelter, removed from their families, who are being stripped and photographed. Femnital says, I want Yelly Megan back. ASMR Megan is weirdly too calm while talking about such fuckery. But it's a good exercise for me. And I have sleeping children. And I cannot be, if you want to hear Yelly Megan, you have to tune in to the day stream. This is the night stream, where we're very chill. Stop it, Jeff. Nothing's being exposed unless you're shocked by some shoulders.
Do you have detailed memories of what happened?
No.
Okay, but let's talk about what you do recall, all right? First of all, let me bring up trial exhibit 2604006. Okay, so this is I think stipulated, a picture taken on January 6, 2017, before Maya Kowalski went to court. Are you in that picture?
Those are my hands.
Those are your hands. Okay, all right. And I see that Maya is in pink shorts, and I think what's been referred to as either a training bra.
Objection. Bleeding.
I want just okay.
That one's okay.
Thank you. Do you see that Maya is in pink shorts and what would be referred to as a training bra or athletic bra?
Yes.
Okay, all right. With respect to your involvement when you enter the room, who would be the person that would assist Maya in getting undressed?
The bedside nurse, which would be me.
And with respect to the photographs that were taken that day, that morning, do you have any recollection of either you or Miss Beatty holding Maya down?
No.
It's
If-
on the
Do you
photograph.
have any recollection of Maya?
Oh my God, this is me screaming in a whisper. Screaming in a whisper. It's on the photograph. Literally, you just showed it. You sit on a throne of lies. You sit on a throne of lies. We just saw it. She's holding her down. Oh my God. Don't you gaslight me. Don't you gaslight this jury. Damn it all to hell. Don't you gaslight me. I can't scream. I cannot wake up a hangry fox. That would be bad. He needs his sleep. He has to get up and go to school tomorrow and wear it on dress down day. He's all excited about it. He's going to wear his Michael Jordan shirt and he's very happy about it. Don't you gaslight me and tell me you're not holding her down. Let's back up a few frames, shall we? Let's back up. I need to back up. And I'm sorry, Maya. Maya, if you are ever watching this, I'm sorry that we're showing this picture again because I know it upsets and embarrasses you. But we have to because these people are gaslighting us and they're lying. They're saying that she is not holding her down. Yeah, she's keeping her hands from fighting off what they're doing. And look at her face. Do you see her face? I can't zoom in, but I wish I could. Look at Maya's face. There's a reason why this is cut off. They don't want you to see that she's crying. I know that face. I have children. I know look at her cheeks. They're red. You can see the one cheek is bright red. Her mouth is downturned and she is sobbing. She's holding her hands, but that's not holding her down. Yeah, you are. You're holding her hands so she can't hit you. She was trying to hit you. Yeah, inverted elbow. That's right. Don't you tell me that she's not. And you're also dealing with a child who has CRPS. How hard could she fight? How hard could she fight with the pain that she has? You can see it all in her mouth. They made a big mistake by putting half of her face in this picture because we know what it looks like when children cry. They made a big mistake.
Maya in getting undressed.
The bedside nurse, which would be me.
And with respect to the photographs that were taken that day, that morning, do you have any recollection?
Oh, I didn't like that face. Did you see that? Did you see that
Photographs
face?
that were taken that day, that morning?
Wait, it was
with
right here.
respect to the photographs that were taken
Right
that
there.
day,
Right there. This is the face of, I don't care. I don't care about this at all. I don't care about her. I don't care about this. Look at that face. Total disregard.
that morning, do you have any recollection of either you or Miss Beatty holding Maya down?
No.
Do you have any recollection of Maya screaming or yelling no?
No.
If Maya had been screaming or yelling no, would you recall that?
Yes, I would recall that.
I don't believe you. You sit on a throne of lies. I don't believe you.
If you had held her down, would you remember that?
Yes, I would remember that.
If Miss Beatty had held her down, would you remember that?
Yes.
All right. So
Oh, wow. That's a lot of blinking. Wow. Wow. Was she doing that before?
if you had held her down, would you
Ooh, wait a minute. Has she been doing that the whole time? This?
be holding Maya down?
No.
Do you
There
have
it
any
goes. There it
recollection of
goes. There it goes. There it goes. What was the question?
that morning? And with respect to the photographs that were taken that day, that morning, do you have any recollection of either you or Miss Beatty holding Maya down?
No.
Do you have any recollection of
Do you have any recollection of Miss Beatty or you holding her down? No. Are you trying to block out the recollection that's coming from your eyeballs right now? Like, do you have any recollection of holding her down? No. What is that? What kind of body language is that? Dang. Freaky. Has she been doing that the whole time?
Maya screaming or yelling no.
No.
If
There it goes
Maya
again.
had been
There it goes again. Was she screaming? No. Blink, 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 blink.
screaming or yelling no, would you recall that?
Yes, I would recall that.
If you had held her down, would
Oh,
you
rapid. Wow. That one went bump, 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 bump. Wow.
remember that?
Yes, I
Wow.
would remember that.
If Miss Beatty had held her down, would you remember that?
Yes.
Oh.
So
Wow. What is
with
happening?
respect to
What is happening with her eyes? What is happening? Feminital, thank you. She says Megan's hair looks amazing. This is how I have to wear it to bed. This is my bedtime hair. So the thing about curls and waves is that you can't sleep on it like, with your hair down because it gets crushed and then you wake up and it looks crazy. So you have to put it in what it's called a pineapple on the top of your head and sleep on it that way. And then when I wake up in the morning, it comes out and it looks amazing. But if I sleep on it like down, no, nah, brah, it's crazy.
photographs that were taken that day, you would have left at 7 p.m.
Yes.
Objection.
Well,
Reading.
yeah, my shift was from 7 a to 7 p.
So if there were photographs taken
Are we
after
on
Maya
normal
returned
speed?
that day, you wouldn't know about that, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Objection. Reading.
We are a little
Could you
bit,
repeat the question? Sorry.
we were on 1.25, so it wasn't that fast.
Staying on the lead.
Let's look what
Okay.
it looks like.
Do you recall whether or not
Let's look what it looks
taken
like
that day,
on
that
normal
morning?
speed.
Do you have any recollection of either you or Miss Beatty
Yeah, it's still weird. It's still weird.
holding Maya down?
No.
Do you have any recollection of Maya
It's still
screaming
weird.
or yelling no?
It's just not as fast as we thought because I forgot we had it sped up on 1.25. But she's still, yeah, it's fast.
No.
If Maya had been screaming or yelling no, would you recall that?
Yes, I would recall that.
If you had held her down, would you remember that?
Yes, I would remember that.
If Miss Beatty had held her down, would you remember that?
Yes.
All right. So
Wheezy Bob, do I need to know about this? This bonnet from CC Mink? I am all about the hair care, by the way. So if you have hair tips for me for curly, wavy hair, please let me know because I'm totally into it. I actually didn't know I had wavy, curly hair until I was 40 years old. I thought my whole life that my hair was frizzy and unmanageable and terrible to deal with. My mother always brushed it out. She would put braids in a lot, but it just always looked like a mess. Just frizzy. And then I realized I read something about the curly girl method when I was 40 and figured it out that my hair actually has waves that wanted to come out. And now it looks good because I know how to treat them. But it's a whole process. And like I shop in the ethnic section for my hair products because that's the only place that you find hair products that work for curly or wavy hair. I don't have I've got really big waves, some ringlets, but mostly S curves. But do I need this bonnet from CC Mink? I need to look this up. Do you have a link for me? Oh, you can't put a link on. Oh, Wheezy Bob, I'll make you a mod and then you can stick a link in the chat. Okay? I want this thing.
Photographs that were taken that day, you would have left at 7 p.m.
Yes.
Objection.
Well,
Reading.
yeah, my shift was from 7 a to 7 p.
So if there were photographs taken after Maya returned that day, you would know.
You guys, wait. All of you curly girls in the chat who are like, give me your hair routine. What is it? I have it. It's on my channel. There's a hair video on my channel. It's there. But I can do another one on locals, sure. Actually, I didn't like the way my hair turned out in my video on YouTube, but it is the same products that I always use. I use the same products every day. And there's a video on my channel. Just go to the YouTube channel and type in hair routine. I think it's hair routine. Try that. You'll find it. All right, sorry.
Know about
Back to the
that.
trial.
8 to 7 p.
My dad is so right. He's like, nobody cares about your hair. Shut up about your hair. But you just don't understand unless you have it. You don't get it. The curly girls in the chat are like, holy crap, wait, stop. Tell me about the hair. You don't know what a challenge it is. It's a terrible challenge. It's terrible and wonderful.
Okay. So if there were photographs taken after Maya returned that day, you wouldn't know about that, correct?
Objection. Leading.
Could you repeat the question?
Sustained on the leading.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not Maya had returned prior to you leaving for the day?
I don't remember.
Okay, all right, that's fine. All right. Can we put up trial exhibit 2604004? Is that your hand?
No.
With respect to, can we put up
Oh, whose hand is
side by
it?
side 2604006 and 2604004? Okay. So do you notice the difference in clothings in the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. So can you describe the difference that you're observing?
How many times did they do this to her? Yeah, I recognize that the sports bra is different. That would be the sports bra that she put on, or not a sports bra, training bra that she put on after the incident in the white bra. She said she was changing for court. She was changing for court. That does look like a man's hand, but I also imagine that could be what Dr. Smith's hand looks like. Mm. So there were two sets of pictures taken in two different training bras. Maya's testimony is that she was changing for court same day. These pictures were taken on the same day. So she changed after this situation with the white bra. She changed into the other one, and then they did it again. So don't you tell me that, oh, well, it's a different time and a different day and not nonsense.
In one picture, she has on a shirt or jacket with colorful top underneath, and the other picture she has on pink shorts and a white sports bra.
Okay. So, and then that's not your hand in the 2004 one, the one on the left.
No, that's not my hand.
Okay. There's been an assertion in this case, Ms. Alcide, that after the photos were taken with the pink shorts and the white bra, that you then stripped Maya, exposed her to Kathy Beatty, and put her in a different bra. Did that occur?
No,
And how do you know that?
I would not. What do you mean? What do you mean by expose?
What?
That you stripped Maya naked, half naked, and Kathy Beatty was standing there watching you do it.
I would protect my patient and
But-
cover her up.
You are literally on film doing that thing. And you didn't cover her up and you allowed the pictures to be taken. Stop it. Stop it.
That's not something you would do.
No,
You did it.
Do you recall, in fact,
Oh my God.
helping Maya change into an outfit to go to court?
yes.
Do you recall what that outfit was?
I don't recall exactly what it looked like, but it was a dress or skirt, something of that type.
Okay, all right. So let's put up 2604018 and 2604008 next to each other, please. Do you see those photographs, Miss Alcide?
Yes.
Okay, so in those photographs, again, she's wearing different shorts,
She
different
doesn't
bra-
remember what she wore to
compared-
court, so how is this
Objection.
relevant?
I'm going to overrule that.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, I do notice that there is in the 2604018, there appears to be a stuffed monkey of or something. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would that indicate to you that this was Maya's room?
Yes.
Okay,
Objection,
All right.
foundation predicate. Overruled.
all right. Let's bring up 2604011 and 2604016. Okay. So do you see the difference, any difference in that photograph with respect to the blue blanket?
Yes.
And what do you see is different?
In one photo, well, the photo on the right, it's like it's neat. The photo on the left is not folded or it's kind of disheveled.
Yeah,
a
she was
little bit.
struggling.
So after the initial photographs were taken with the white bra and the pink shorts, did you,
Maybe she kicked
were there
the
a second set of
blankets.
photos taken that morning, Miss Elsie?
No, not to my knowledge.
Well, maybe you weren't in the
Did
room.
you strip Maya, put her back in shorts and a shirt,
Yeah,
fold a blanket,
the
and have her lie
difference.
down again and take more photos?
Thank you, Chad.
Not that I can remember, no.
You can take those down. To your recollection, was January 6, 2017, the first time you had been assigned as Maya's bedside nurse?
Yes.
Okay. Any particular reason, or that's just how it occurred?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay, but you do know that that was your first time of being a nurse.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, I can't wait for cross. I cannot wait for this. Come on, Anderson. I kind of wish he would let Whitney do more of these crosses, though, because I feel like Whitney is really good.
Miss Elsie, am I pronouncing correctly?
Yes.
Whitney's great.
So, right.
Not to say that I don't love Anderson, because I do. You know, I've grown to really adore this man. But Whitney, when he's allowed to do cross, he is spectacular. And I don't know why they don't utilize him more. Not that Anderson's not good. He is, but Whitney is like, he gets right to the point. He's fast. He's like, bam, 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 bam. And then he's done. He's like, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, done. And right now, we need to hurry up with the timing, Anderson. This is, can we get with the timing?
Before this testimony, right before this testimony.
Oh, she's scratching already. Oh my God. She's like, oh.
Did you meet with the defense lawyers about your testimony?
I did meet with them, yes.
How long?
An hour, 30 minutes,
And before
Oh
that,
my God.
how many times?
none.
All right, hold on. Slidey Pie on Rumble. Thank you for the Rumble rant. I appreciate it. I forgot to read it. I'm so sorry. Slidey Pie says, thanks, Megan, for what you do for us. I'm a fellow medium poor. And the chat on Rumble, you guys, was so funny after I said I was so grateful for the Rumble chat. because you know they're over there on the platform for free speech. They were all like, "Thank you, we're the pores over here." 'Cause the rants are a little few and far between. That's where the pores go. The pores go to Rumble, but we love the pores. I'm one of you. We're medium poor. You guys crack me up, and I love you. All right, I'm gonna shut up now.
That was the first time? And before, how long?
An hour, 30 minutes,
And before that, how many times?
none.
That was the first time?
Yes.
Any phone conversations?
We did have one phone conversation,
How long?
30 minutes.
Okay. Now, you, up to this point of Maya, you had never heard of a child having their clothes taken off for photos. Right?
Oh
Can
my
you
god.
please repeat
Sure.
that?
Sure. Prior to this event with Maya Kowalski, you'd never heard of a child having their clothes taken off of them for photographs. True?
I've never said that.
Well,
No.
Oh,
all
so
right.
she
So
so
you
she
have
had heard
heard
that.
of,
Oh my gosh. Hold on a second. I have to ask Spawn a question. Spawn. 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 Oh, she just walked out. Darn it. I was gonna ask her a question.
children
So
having
you
their clothes
have
taken
heard.
off?
You have heard of
So
that.
you have heard of children having their clothes taken off?
What do you mean by heard?
I mean, like Maya's taking all of her clothes except for short shorts and a bra off, like that. You do remember that happening before or not?
Yes.
Okay. With taking, do you remember your deposition of, sorry, August 24th, 2023?
Yes, I remember some of it. Yes.
And you were sworn to tell the truth at that point.
Yes.
And that was what? How many months ago? Several months ago, yes. Is it true at that point you could never remember?
Excuse me.
Yes, page 28, line 19. This was the only time in your career you had participated in something like this, that is, taking a child's clothes off.
Could you please reword what you're the point what you're trying to question right now? Because from just try to could you please reword
This, would you agree, this was the only time in your career that you had participated in something like this? I mean, taking clothes off a child in order to photograph them.
like me myself taking the clothes off of a child?
Yes,
Oh my god.
No.
okay. Well, let me ask you if you gave this answer to this question. Beginning page 28, line 19, strike it. Isn't it true that this was the only time in your career that you had participated in something like this? And when I say, hang on, when I say something like this, I mean taking the clothes off of a child in order to take photographs of them. Answer, I can't really recall any other times. Do you recall giving that answer to that question?
Yes.
Would you like to see it to confirm or?
No. That's
And nobody from risk management called you about this, correct?
called me about what?
Taking the photographs?
That when I was initially contacted about this, yes, they did tell they wanted me to confirm that those were my hands in the photograph.
Okay, but I mean, at the time that it was done,
Um,
had you been in contact with risk management?
No.
So your
You mean in
direct,
2017?
yes, ma'am.
No.
So your directives on what you were supposed to do came from Miss Beatty, is that right?
Correct.
All right. And during the course of this, you changed Maya's clothes. True?
Yes.
And in fact, up until this point, well, strike that. It actually came to you or whoever else was in there taking Maya's clothes off to the point where large parts of her skin was exposed. Everything but her training bra and her short shorts. True?
Could you please repeat what you just said?
Sure,
There's a
yeah.
lot of words. I'm trying to just.
Well, absolutely.
It's a lot of words. Wait a minute.
You have
She has a master's degree? A master's degree. But that was a lot of words.
never, up until this point, you couldn't recall how it happened that Maya's clothes came off to the point where large parts of her skin were exposed, everything but her training bra and short shorts.
Yes.
So that did happen.
What happened?
Maya's clothes
This
were
is
taken
funny.
off down to the point
This is
where
funny.
she was
I'm
only
even-
wearing
wow.
short shorts and a training bra, right?
Yes.
And you only remember one set of photographs being taken.
Yes.
Now,
All right, something big has happened in the chat. I need to tell you, all of you on Rumble who are not in the YouTube chat, what just happened here, but it's very big. I have 3 children. You know Hangry Fox, he's my 9-year-old. You know Spawn, she's my almost 18-year-old. But you don't know much about my middle child who didn't have a nickname until now. I was just telling the YouTube chat about her and asking them to give her a nickname because she has middle child syndrome and she's such a good child. We just don't talk about her very much. And there's also not as many pictures of her, middle child. It's I don't know why it happens. But I told the YouTube chat a little bit about her, and they've decided that she is Fairy Fox because she's very ethereal. She's very in the clouds. She's a dreamer, but she's also brilliant. She's not medium smart. She is brilliant. She's so much smarter than I've ever been. She can do math in her head. At the same time, though, she can do art like you can't believe. She can sing like an angel. All my kids can sing, even my son. I heard him singing the other day, and I was like, oh wow, he's good. They're all good. But I come from a singing family, so that doesn't surprise me. But Fairy Fox she has a voice that is special. So does Spawn. Spawn's really good too. The two of them ever sing together, it's going to be great. But Fairy Fox is 14. She is so brilliant and fun, but but she's such a dichotomy because she can do math, but she's also incredibly creative. Anyway, she wants to be a lawyer. And I told her, because she's so smart that she saw through the game really early on. She came home from school one day and she was having like a existential crisis. And she goes, Mom, all of this is pointless. It's pointless. And they're not teaching me anything I want to know. They just keep teaching me things that I've already learned. How many times are we going to learn about American history and Native Americans? I already know all of this stuff. She's like, I want to learn stuff I don't already know. She's been taking courses online, like law school courses online. And she wants to be a lawyer. I don't know why she wants to be a lawyer. She's wanted to be a lawyer since she was 6. But she has all these incredible skills. So this day that she had this existential meltdown, she said to me, it's like they're babysitting us and we're just waiting to go get a cubicle job. And I said, that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. Yes, that's what school is. Now, I homeschooled her for the first several years. So she had the homeschool experience and now she has the public school. She had Catholic school experience and now she's had public school experience. And she realizes that, and I told her, I said, if you want me to homeschool you again, I will, because then we can follow what you want to know. You know, we can go with what you're interested in, and you're allowed to learn anything you want. But she decided, she said, no, I miss friends, because out here we're in the country, and like the homeschool groups, all the kids are from like hours away or an hour away, and you never see them. So she's had all the experiences, and she's old enough to choose for herself what she wants. And she wants to continue in public school, but she knows it's just a joke. She's in all honors classes, she's acing everything, she's so smart. And she's just like, she sees through it. So I told her, I said, you know, Fairy, you don't have to have a life like everybody else has. I would be proud of you if you lived in a van and sold your art around the country. I really don't care. Whatever makes you happy. You can have a different life. You can check out of this game. You can check out of this. You don't have to be here. And like, of anybody, of any of my kids, I think she's the one who could do something like that and like and be amazing. You know, I have a friend in Hawaii who is an incredible artist. She's a watercolor artist. Her name is Sue Stegner. If you should look up her art on Google, because she's amazing. And she taught me how to paint, and she taught my kids how to paint. And I called her Auntie Sue when I was growing up. She's my auntie's best friend. And she made an amazing life for herself as like a, bohemian artist in Hawaii. It's possible to get out of the rat race. And she's my kid who could do it. And she wants to be a lawyer. It's a waste. It just is. She could be an incredible artist. Anyway, enough about Fairy Fox, but I never talk about her. And she's amazing. So you guys should know her. She is now Fairy Fox.
Who else was in this room besides you and Miss Beatty?
I only recall me and her being in the room.
All right. Well, let's take a look at some photographs, because I could have sworn I heard you state on direct examination that those are not your hands. You have a photograph.
What's the number? Just tell us the number.
Well, it's 2604-006, but I'm looking for the one where the hand's pulling down. The council had it. Do you remember the number? You just have it.
I know, I'm looking.
Thanks.
And she probably wants to be a lawyer because she knows how much I admire them.
004?
004. Can you bring that?
But when I think about Fairy Fox having to write piles of briefs, when I think about her having to do that, when I think about her being stuck in an office poring over the research and the paperwork, and it just hurts me a little inside. It hurts me. It hurts me because I just know she's just too, I don't know. There's something about it, about her talents are so wide. She could be, if she wants to be a lawyer, she's going to be a great lawyer. But if she wanted to be an artist, she'd be famous. She wanted to be a singer, she'd probably make it. Oh, it hurts me to think about her stuck in an office with her nose in the briefs. Right. If she loves it, she loves it. She's already taken on her own. She sits through law courses on YouTube. You know.
That up? Can you see? Let me know when you can see that.
Do you need that? 2604-004.
Listen, if Elle Woods can be a sorority president and a lawyer, Fairy Fox can be a lawyer and an artist.
Okay, I see it.
Okay,
You're
no,
right.
I
You're right.
think, is that your hand there?
No,
So who else was in the room now?
I only recall me and Kathy being in the room with Maya. I don't know whose hand that is.
Okay, but it's not yours, right?
No.
We said if we look at 2604-006, there's a wedding ring on the hand of that person.
Those are my hands.
Those are your hands?
Yes.
The other hand we just saw going back to 004 did not have a wedding ring, I don't believe. Right hand there, true?
Correct.
Okay, so in the photograph, so it would appear then that you and Miss Beatty were not the only people in that room, true?
I did not say that. I'm saying that I only recall me and Kathy being in the room at the time.
Okay, there was only one set of photographs taken, right?
I did not say that. I know of a set of photographs that was taken.
Okay, but there was only one set of photographs taken, to the best of your knowledge.
Yes,
This
That is
session.
yes, this session of photographs.
And in this session, Maya Kowalski was changed how many times?
I don't recall all of the details of the photos being taken, but I don't recall there being two different sets of photos taken with me being present.
I understand. So there's only one set of photos that we're aware of, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in those photographs, in this session here, how many different sets of clothing did you put on and take off Maya?
I don't remember the details of the clothing, the taking them off and putting them on, but as a bedside nurse, I would have helped her.
Mm-hmm. So there was a different set of shorts on at some point, right? You recall those photographs?
I would have to see a picture. I only see these two pictures.
Okay. All right. And then we've got the pink shorts here, right? And then you testified you assisted with dressing her with a dress, was it, for court?
A dress or a skirt to go to court, yes.
No skinny jeans, right?
No, I'm sorry, what was that?
Was it skinny jeans?
So that would be taking her out of the pink shorts and white training bra to put on the blue shorts and I guess that's another training bra or vice versa, right? That's one change.
Are you asking me a question?
Yes, ma'am. Is
Okay,
that one?
could you
I'm
repeat the
asking if you
question?
Oh
could
my
agree with me
God.
that that is one change that happened while the photographs were being taken to get her from the blue with the kind of floral pattern bra to the white training bra with the pink shorts.
I don't recall, as I stated earlier, I don't recall the details of the pictures being taken and the different clothes, but I don't recall putting two different sets of clothes on her. I only recall helping her put a dress on or a skirt to go to court.
Okay. Now, how, strike it, you don't recall actually putting up a blanket or a towel or anything to shield Maya in either of these changes, do you?
Nope.
I don't recall any of the details of these pictures being taken, but I know that I take pride in my job as a nurse,
Yes,
in
ma'am.
my profession, and if my patient was exposed, I would try my best to protect her privacy.
I understand that. I'm just saying in this instance, you can't remember whether that happened or not.
I cannot recall it.
Okay. Now, Miss Beatty, she wasn't the social worker that was regular on your floor. What was it? Something north? 7 North?
Yes,
Okay. The social workers, are they usually assigned, or did you have a social worker assigned to your floor?
we did. There were different social workers. I
Okay.
don't,
But generally speaking, a social worker would be assigned to a floor for a period of time?
yes,
Okay. And when Maya was having her pictures taken, she was in distress, wasn't she?
I don't recall that.
She was crying, wasn't she?
I don't recall her crying.
Oh my God.
She was protesting, don't do this. Don't take my clothes off, wasn't she?
I don't remember that.
We bring up 006 again. Oh, 006. Do you see the bit of her mouth there?
Yes,
That doesn't look like she's smiling,
No,
does it?
she's crying.
it's hard to tell. If I can't
No,
see
it
her
isn't. It's not
face.
hard to tell. I'm a mother. I know what the hell that
And in
is.
fact, you were holding her hand there,
I
hands
know.
there, to comfort her and support her.
I know that face very well.
True?
It appears that she is holding my hands and I'm holding her hands back. And yes, as a nurse, I'm there to support my patient
And comfort her.
and comfort.
Oh,
Now,
bullshit.
why would a 10-year-old girl
Need comfort.
need comforting and support
Mm-hmm.
if all that was going on there was just taking her
It's a good
photographs?
question, Anderson.
I don't understand what you're asking me right now.
Catherine, what? What? What do you mean it's two left hands? In that picture? The one we just saw? It's two left hands? Wait. Oh my God. What? In this picture? In this picture, it's two left hands. Oh, it couldn't be her hand. You can see the other person on the other side of the bed. She looks like she's wearing a black robe. Oh my God. Look at the sleeve coming down and then the long black thing. Do you see this? Here's the hand. Here's the sleeve. Here is whatever. It looks like she's wearing a long black robe. Oh my God. I'm not losing it. What is this then? What is this? Why are they both in black? Why are they both wearing strange robe-like black things? Oh my God. This is scaring me too. The fuck is going on here? The fuck is going on here? What is happening here? Yeah, her body couldn't be on both sides of the bed at the same time. There's a person here on one side of the bed, and there's clearly a person here on this side of the bed. Who the fuck is this? Who's who? Those are not scrubs. You're right, Cindy. They're not wearing scrubs. Why? Aren't these nurses? What is happening here? And not just one of them, two of them. Okay, wait. All right. Now on my StreamYard screen, this section here looks like it might be something else and not clothing, like it might be a piece of machinery, but on the StreamYard screen it looks a little lighter. On the YouTube screen, it looks darker, like a piece of clothing. So maybe that's not part of a sleeve, but this is definitely a person, right? Oh, wait, you can't see there we go. This part right here might not be part of an outfit. Now that I'm looking at two different screens, one screen is lighter, the other one it's darker. So this could be like a piece of equipment, but this is a person. What is happening here? Why aren't they wearing scrubs? They're in a hospital. I don't understand this. Like we've been joking about the witches. This really upsets me. What is going on here? Like that was just a joke until now. Like what is happening? Purple Pro says I've been a nurse for 20 years and can't recall ever wearing black. Oh my God. Maybe their right hands are holding her feet down. Who got these pictures? They didn't end up in the medical record. They were taken on Kathy Beatty's private phone. Who did she send them to? Did we get subpoenas? What is happening here? No, Cynthia, he has figured it out. Didn't he just ask how many people were in the room? He knows. He knows. No, nurses don't dress this way. And for two of them to be wearing all black and like look at this. Look at this. This is like a long black skirt. Because that's got to be the lower half of the person. Here's the hand. Her body cannot be that far away. It's right here. And this is what this person is wearing. I've seen nurses, they dress in white or they dress in scrubs, which are usually light blue, or in a children's hospital, they might be like patterns. I want Maya back on the stand so we can ask Purple Pros. We were joking. Well, yeah. I didn't actually think they were doing any rituals. And now I'm starting to reconsider. Okay, Mrs. Kagriff, but where's the scrubs? Oh, I see. You're saying she could be wearing, okay, so this one up front could be wearing long sleeves under her short sleeve scrubs. Okay, that's possible. What the hell is this over here? What's this? Those are not scrubs. I've never seen black scrubs in my whole goddamn life. What is this? Thank you for the super sticker, Val Daka. Oh my God. Jason Smith says, remember the dark forces the church lady talked about? I'm not trying to be funny either. I do remember. She did say that. She said she was interrupted by a dark force and she didn't know what it was. She couldn't describe it, but it was a dark force. Why are they wearing black in a pediatric ward? It's weird. Oh my God. This is crazy. Am I crazy? Did I have too much wine, or are you guys also upset by this? And it's weird, and I didn't notice it before, and now I do, and now it's all I can see. Yeah, Kathy took the pictures. But this witness, I'm sorry, I'm speechless. This witness said there was only her and Kathy in the room. The witness and Kathy, but it couldn't be, because this person here has that's a left hand, and she's on this side of the bed. This person over here, that's also a left hand on the other side of the bed. That's two people. So she lied about how many people. Yeah, there's always funny cartoon scrubs in a pediatric ward. This is crazy. Well, Greg Anderson has an email on his lawyer's page. I don't know if he has time to read any of them. Jason, why do you think that this picture has been edited? Homestead Dream says, when I turn up the brightness and zoom in, that looks like the edge of a blue wall. You think that this looks like an edge of a blue wall here? So is it possible that this person's body is not in the picture, that this is a floating hand? Because where is that person standing? It's not this person over here. This person, that's a left hand, and so is this. That's a left hand. They're both left hands. No, I don't think anybody has two left hands. So if this is a wall, which it could be, because that's a very straight line, so I see where you're coming from with that. Where is this person standing? Off camera? Where? Behind is that a curtain? I don't know, but I don't like this at all. I don't like anything about this. Yes, they could be Sith Lords. That could also be an explanation. Look at the lines at each hand. What lines? Nah, pediatric nurses don't wear black. Wait, Squid Pro Crow, did you really wear black scrubs? But were you in a pediatric ward? I've actually never seen black scrubs. I've never seen them. Okay, Kim A says, at our local teaching hospital, nurses wear black scrubs. I've never seen that. At a pediatric hospital? Okay, Mrs. K. Griff says she owns several sets of black scrubs, a black scrub jacket, but there are still two people holding her. That's true. I mean, yes, you are crazy, says Brent, but they're also correct. Dirk thinks that the picture is photoshopped. Janny April thinks too straight. I'm thinking edited. Kitty Boo Boo says the black area hanging above the wrist, person in the back, is gray when taken into Photoshop. Yeah, Photoshop. I noticed that because I have two different screens here. I've got my monitor screen up here and I've got my YouTube screen down here. And on the YouTube screen, it's very black, but on the monitor screen, it's like a lighter gray. Okay, Rachel says the color's not weird to her. Jax's Delight says, I was multitasking, and when I see the image now, I had to stop because this is disturbing. Sharon Davis, will someone please start listening to me? I pointed this out hours ago. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't see it. Amazing Disgrace says, I was sober, but 100% sober, but I need a drink now. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get through your comments, and I'm really far behind. I need to check Rumble. All you have is now says Something makes me think I've seen black scrubs before. Crazy Warlock says I've never seen black scrubs. Okay, Deb says it's not a left hand. Zoom in and you will see the thumb on the back of Maya's hand. I can't zoom in. How can you see the back of Maya's hand? You can only see the front of her hand in this picture. What are you talking about? And even if that was a right hand, okay, if that's the same hand, if that's the right hand of the person who is holding her, how? How is that angle possible? Do you see how you would have to twist your hand on the other side of the bed? Okay, so you're holding with your left hand here, and then you're reaching around to get, you can't, that's not even possible. You guys try it. It's not possible to twist your hand into that position for the picture. No, you can't. How long is her wingspan? How long is her, you try it. Try it. There's two people holding those hands. It's impossible. Act it out. Get somebody to lay down and try it. You can't do it. Cannot do it. Try to recreate that picture. Guarantee you cannot do that. All right, I have to keep going because this was a weird rabbit hole to go down, but I do not like it. Okay, Lucid. Still, if you see a left hand and a right hand, how? How are you doing this? How is the person going to be spanning? Is she on the bed? Maybe she's kneeling on the bed? It doesn't make any sense. It does not make any sense to me. A bunch of you say black scrubs are totally normal. This is something I have never seen. Is it normal in a pediatric ward? Okay, you guys see a thumb? Anderson didn't see a thumb.
Would a 10-year-old girl need comforting and support if all that was going on there was just taking her photographs?
I don't understand what you're asking me right now.
Were you there when Maya was readmitted after court?
No,
That would have been on 8/18, I think on a 24-hour clock on January 6th.
I don't remember that.
Koza.
I don't remember her coming back. No.
Okay. Can we bring up 1002-0249? I hope. Does this indicate that you were there on that day, the 6th? Up to what?
What do you take me for? Someone who has good tech skills? Because I don't, Jingleberry. You're asking me to enhance something? What are you? Is there a Chrome plugin for that? Because if there isn't, I don't know how to do it.
6 o'clock at night.
I have boomer skills. I'm sorry.
Well, it looks like I tried it not done, task duplication.
Okay. Maya came back before 6 o'clock at night, did she not?
I can't say yes to that. I can't agree to that just by this record.
Sure.
Because
I
it
understand.
says not done, task duplication.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Ms. Rose?
Can we put up, please, trial exhibit 2604007 and 2604018? Next to each other, please. Does this appear to you to be pretty much exactly the same pose in both photographs?
Objection, leading, not leading.
Overruled that one.
Thank you.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Is the photograph of 007, what is that a photograph of? Regarding Maya, what is that a photograph of?
It's a picture of her back.
Right. And what's the photograph of 018?
Picture of her back.
Okay. So with respect to your recollection that morning, you've testified several times that you only recall one set of photographs being taken, correct?
Correct.
So photographs were taken after Maya came back and after you were gone, you wouldn't know anything about that, correct?
Objection, leading. Overruled.
Do you want me to repeat the question?
Sorry.
Would you know
What
about
was
any
that?
photographs?
What did she just
Do you want me
do?
to repeat the question?
Sorry.
Would you know about any photographs?
Did she shiver? Is it cold in there?
Do you want me to repeat the question?
Sorry.
Or did she startle at the door closing?
Would you know about,
That's strange.
do you want me to repeat the question?
Sorry.
Would you know about any photographs that were taken after you ended your shift and were gone from the hospital,
No.
even if they were taken the same day?
Correct.
Okay. So with respect to these, they're calling it a set, but these multiple photographs with two different outfits taken that day that were produced, do you know whether or not all of those photographs were taken at the same time or two different times?
Leading. Overruled.
I can't recall. I don't know.
You don't know, right?
I don't know.
If they were taken two different times. However, okay, but do you recall that with respect to assisting Maya with respect to getting ready to leave, that you helped her into some type of court attire?
Correct. Yes.
All right. Let's talk about,
Grant Rasha says, will you look at the shadows in the picture? Clearly it's two different people holding her hands. One is lighter than the other two. I agree with you. I think it's two different people. I don't think it's possible to hold your hands in that position. Femme Natal, thank you for becoming a member of the Fox Den. Welcome to the Fox Den. I agree it's two different people. I know you guys are all saying, look at the shadows, shadows. But we have to go further. We have to go
changing
on,
Maya.
or we'll be on there all
If
day.
Miss Beatty was in the room when you wanted to assist Maya with changing, what would you ask Miss Beatty to do?
I would ask her to leave, or I would take Maya into the bathroom. I would cover her up to make sure that she had privacy.
Okay. And why would you do that?
Because that's what I do. As a nurse, I protect my patient.
Clearly you don't. Maya doesn't feel protected.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything further, Mr. Anderson?
You covered her to protect her from Miss Beatty, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't recall the exact.
Sustained.
Oh, you covered for Miss Beatty, right? And that's it. That's all he wanted to say.
Members of the jury, do any of you have?
Oh, look
any
at
questions?
that face. Oh, is the jury going to have questions? Here it comes, folks. The jury's going to have questions. This could get good. She doesn't look real comfortable.
Try to do this at the sidebar.
All right, they're going to sidebar it out. We're going to have a sidebar, a little sidey sidebar, and see if we can answer the questions. Judge is looking happy, smiling, telling jokes. He told some funny jokes at the sidebar that I was watching on Recovery Addict Stream the other day. I think it was maybe this morning. He's funny. If you're not listening to Recovery Addict, read the sidebars as they're happening, or not read. I keep saying read, but he's just repeating what they're saying. He's listening to the Zoom and then like repeating it to you. It's great. All right, here we go.
Okay, members of the jury, in amongst the questions, there was a question about the dependency order instruction I gave you. What I'll tell you is I will give you the dependency order and what I'm able to say in the final package. I understand there was a question, but it will be what it is in the final package. Now, nurse, is it Alcide?
Yes,
Do you know if Maya's parents consented for the photographs to be taken?
I don't recall that.
Did Kathy tell you she had obtained consent?
I don't recall that.
Did the photographs get placed in Maya's medical record, or do you know the purpose of these photographs?
I don't know if they were placed in the medical record or not, and I honestly don't remember why the photos were taken.
Well,
I
that's
just know they needed
convenient.
to be taken before she went to court that
That's
day.
convenient.
Next question. How many bedside nurses were assigned to a room during the 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. shift?
All these sevens, 7th
How
floor,
many
7
nurses were
a.m.,
assigned
7
to
p.m.
each?
To a room during the 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. shift.
One nurse per room. One nurse. One nurse.
And there was a question to the court that I can't answer.
Is she wearing dark purple? Is this yet another witness wearing dark purple? This is not blue. This is dark purple. I'm shocked I didn't notice it before, but this is one more person wearing dark purple on the defense team. After we have pointed it out multiple times that you think it's royal blue, it doesn't look like royal blue to me. It looks like a dark purple to me. Maybe my colors are off, but again, on day 15, we heard Maya testify that dark purple sent her into a panic attack because that's what Kathy Beatty wore all the time. And since then, we've had members of the defense team wearing purple, dark purple, and defense witnesses wearing dark purple, like several of them. I made a list of them. Okay, a bunch of you think it's blue. Okay. On my screen, it looks dark purple, but then again, we could all have different settings. It's 100% blurple, says Petrified. Okay, just pointing it out. That, like, to me, it looks purple. Valdaka says, I don't know why they called her when 90% of her answers were, I don't remember, I don't recall. Oh, yeah, well, that was coached.
Next question. Is this timeline and clothing correct? Helped Maya get down to shorts and white bra. Is that the first step?
I don't recall the exact like clothing and like from my memory of the clothing that she wore for the photos. But in the picture, she was wearing the white sports bra and the pink shorts.
Then the photos were taken, and then you helped Maya into the dress?
I don't recall. I'm sorry, I don't recall the exact details of the photos being taken. It was many years ago, but I do recall being there as an assistant witness to help her to take the photos, and I remember helping her into a dress or skirt of some type before she went to court.
Was she in the same bra or was her bra changed?
That I don't remember.
What color was Maya's court attire that you helped her change into?
I don't remember.
Ms. Croyles, that's the conclusion of the jurors' questions.
Nothing further.
Mr. Anderson.
Trial Exhibit 2604-5. Was that the shirt that she came in with?
Came in,
Well, when you came in, was she wearing that shirt?
I don't remember what she was wearing. I don't recall what she was wearing.
Does that look like a happy child to you?
No, she does not look happy.
Thank you.
Ms. Gross.
1 second. Nothing further here.
Members of the jury, any further questions? Will this witness be excused?
I do not
Yes.
think Maya is in the room.
Yes.
I have not
Thank you
seen
for
her
being
on the
here.
camera today. I don't think she was there today. I don't think she can face these people.
Is it the deposition next?
Okay, now that she moved, that shirt looked blue to me when she stood up. But when she was sitting down, I don't know if it was the light, but it looked dark purple to me. So maybe it's not dark purple. But I'm just keeping
Fair.
track of who's wearing dark purple.
Remember,
Judge, this is your third time lucky or 3 strikes you're out, but we're gonna play Dr. Malik. We've tried twice to do.
and that's an hour, just under an hour, right?
I think it's shorter even now, Judge, I don't.
An
15 minutes,
hour?
we cut off another 5 minutes, Judge.
That sounds like an 8 minutes, and some odd second.
All right, this is going to be that Dr. Malik, who I thought was Dr. Elliott the first time we watched it. And this is the deposition that kept getting played and replayed, and they kept on screwing it up. So I don't know if I have patience for this, because I didn't find anything in his testimony that was interesting to me. Let's skip ahead and we'll watch a little, but I may have to bail here soon.
Practice employed by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Yes,
And where'd you go to college?
New York Institute of Technology.
Year you graduated?
2005. 2005. Yeah.
Medical school?
New York College of Osteopathic Medicine.
And where's that located?
They keep playing it because they keep screwing up the deposition edits. The plaintiff decided they wanted to cut down the amount of deposition they wanted to play, and then they tried to edit it, and it was a mess. So they said, sorry, we're going to fix it and we'll bring it back. So this is the third time that we've tried to see this. Yeah, we've seen it 3 times. Do we learn anything in this? No? All right, I'm going to believe the chat because I don't remember hearing anything. Let's skip ahead.
Each time about maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Wait, I want to hear the question.
And I believe, and then Saturday, I was there, involved once again, along with Dr. Tepa Sanchez. And then Sunday, I believe I was on call 24 hours. And so I'd seen her approximately 4 to 5 times.
4 to 5 times. And for how long each time?
Each time about maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Oh, what is with this? Wouldn't I drive you crazy if I did this when I was streaming? This is some very bizarre body language. Look at this. Look at this.
All right, so somewhere between 20 and 50
What would you
minutes
think
total.
of me if I
And
did
how many
this?
discussions had you had with
when I was
Beata or Jack
talking to
Kowalski
you?
at this point?
At this point, I had,
So weird.
I think, 3.
And where were those discussions?
Now I want to swing in my chair because I was doing that, so now I want to
They
do it.
were mostly in we have a conference room, so outside of the patients.
He's trying to hypnotize us
On
with
which
his
floor?
hand motions.
Same floor.
On the PICU?
Yeah, inside the PICU.
All right, so tell me about the one on Saturday.
You're getting very sleepy.
I don't think involved us
You're
sitting
getting
down in the conference room.
sleepy.
I believe it just involved us outside of the patient's room.
And what was the topic?
Topic was how is she responding?
How was she responding?
Not very well.
No, I can't
there
stop
seemed to be
swinging
no
in my chair.
mitigation of the symptoms.
And
It does feel
so
nice.
what did you discuss?
On Saturday, that we would continue the same treatment plan, but that most likely we would be coming down and completely stopping by Sunday, since we didn't see any change in symptoms.
Okay, it's not just me. Lucid, when we first saw this guy, I got a Grey's Anatomy vibe off of him. And you're saying next week on General Hospital. Yeah, this guy has like a Dr. Soap Opera vibe. I can't stop swinging in my chair now, though. It feels good. It feels good. It's like a little. So maybe it's like self-soothing. Yeah, perhaps he's self-soothing. You're getting very sleepy, squid pro quo. You're going to sleep. Sleep. That's this guy. Do you remember in Aladdin? Remember the Aladdin movie where there's somebody's hypnotizing? I think it's the bad guy is hypnotizing someone, or he's hypnotizing the Shah or the Jasmine's father, whatever he is. What is he? I don't know, but he's hypnotizing that guy, and his like eyes are going in circles. Yeah, Jafar. This guy is Jafar. I can't be loud. Stop it. Spawn is trying to sleep. He's Jafar. I want to play that clip so bad. I will get copyright striked if I do. Hold on. The Sultan. He hypnotizes the Sultan. Wait, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it, but without the volume. Wait. Where is it? Where's the part where he's this is what he reminds me of. Wait. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. This part. This is it. Do you guys remember this? This is exactly what it's like. Look into my eyes. Look into my eyes. This is the part where the new people here who just subscribed to my channel like a couple weeks ago are going to be like, this woman is deliberately racist. I'm out of here. Walmart, Andrew Tate. You are not making it easy to keep this an ASMR stream. I want to laugh out loud right now, but people are sleeping. Stop it. A bunch of people just rage unsubscribed. Probably. I can't help myself. I don't know. Shh. 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 Stop it. Stop it.
And why not increase back up to where the physicians that had been following her
Oh God.
a year or so?
Because I believe
Oh, and the chat's trying to break me, right? Give it a whirl.
she didn't want to be intubated. She didn't want the breathing tube, nor did we want to put a breathing tube in her. And we weren't
Oh God.
comfortable going up on these medicines without securing her airway.
All right. So there's a pain management consult. Is that right?
Correct.
Have you ever seen anything in writing about that?
In regards to Maya?
Yes. From pain management?
No.
Well, what did they tell you? And who told you?
Pain management told me that they didn't feel comfortable going up on her medication.
I'm telling you, this guy would make an excellent Jafar in the Broadway production. Can we get him an audition for the live Aladdin? Because I want nothing more than to see him play Jafar. He is wasted in the medical community. This man's talents are wasted. He has an aura about him. I just think he could do very well on Broadway. I just do.
And we expressed the same concerns given the lack of an airway. And that was the discussion.
Who said that? Dr. Dolan?
I can't recall if it was Dr. Dolan or Dr. Elliott.
You were not an expert in ketamine infusion.
Oh my God. I just realized something. Isn't Jafar a Middle Eastern wizard? The memes write themselves. He might be the. Oh God. Oh God. Who said that? Who said beware of his spitting cobra? I saw it fly by. Strong Yul Brenner vibe. Yes! Yul Brenner was the best. Oh my gosh. Yul Brenner had the best shiny baldy head of all time. Grant, stay away from spitting cobra. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I may not be able to go on. $13.99 Canadian. Is that Canadian? This is Miranda says, this is a long overdue thank you. Megan, you're so lovely. And the community in chat is amazing. Recovering from back surgery, lots of long days. But you and chat give me a lot to look forward to. Miranda, here's to you recovering from back surgery. I am so glad that we've been able to lighten the burden of recovery. And I hope that your doctor was a good doctor who gave you the good drugs, the good pain medicine, unlike all these jackholes who just could not stand to help a little girl in pain. I hope that you are getting good pain meds. Cheers. Oh, God.
And for CRPS, were you?
I am not, but I deliver ketamine as an intensivist for postoperative pain and for procedural sedation.
Sorry, I'll just ask this way. You had a different view on the appropriate dosage for ketamine than Maya's attending physicians outside the hospital. Fair enough to say?
Different in the fact that we were not comfortable delivering the same doses that she had been receiving without standard things that we would do, such as putting a breathing tube in, putting a arterial line in, becoming a lot more invasive with the patient. So that's where we, at least personally, I disagreed with Dr. Hannah and the other physicians that you mentioned.
Okay. Those physicians had more experience with this patient, did they not?
I can't speak to their experience with her. I can just speak to what I was presented with and my inability to invasively monitor her, both at the parents' request and at our request, because we did not want to undertake something that could potentially be lethal to treat
All right.
this pain.
So we had it, and what did the parents say? Here.
They didn't want her intubated.
Okay, and did they say the reason why?
I don't recall a specific reason. I just think that just like anyone, you weigh the risks versus benefits, and the risks of her undergoing anesthesia and getting a breathing tube for who knows how long versus the benefit of alleviating this pain. It didn't make sense to them or us.
Okay, so you then said, all right, well, we can't serve your purposes here. We don't think it's a good idea. It's against our recommendation, but, you know.
He seriously looks like he's got the body language of a guy who just got into the VIP, the VIP room with the champagne girls. Okay, Siri just responded to me, and that's weird. Siri, go away. I didn't say, oh, I said seriously. And the thing thought I said, you know what? But why is he behaving like he's in the VIP room with the, $200 bottles right now?
See ya. Bye.
No, we agreed upon an acute care plan, which were the doses of ketamine, propofol, Precedex, all the while trying to figure out a source of her abdominal pain, trying to get her a CAT scan of her belly, making sure that she was getting nutrition.
Are you saying the parents did or did not want her intubated?
If I recall, they did not want her intubated.
And now Dr. Patel did not want her intubated.
Yeah.
Did you discuss this with Dr. Patel?
Yes.
So on one hand, the Kowalskis have one attending, and you were an attending physician too, Maya, right?
Yeah.
One attending physician who's saying, I'll consider increasing the dosages here, try to give her more relief, but I'd like to see an intubation. Right?
God,
If I
locals.
recall the context.
Oh my God, locals. Oh my God. Jesus. I wasn't paying attention to locals. All right, listen. All I have to tell you is if you were to go to locals right now and be a part of my locals community, you would have all the Jafar memes you could possibly want. Oh my God. J Dig says he looks like the guy who doesn't tip his waitress. MeganFox.locals.com. Please, please. You need to be there. I can't show all the memes on YouTube. All right, you guys are begging me to pull up a Jafar meme, but this stream, I'm sorry, this stream, I've been here for 3.5 hours, and this stream has raked in exactly 15, 20, 30, 35, 40, $50. $50. I gotta leave something for the local subs. If we hit 100 tonight, so if we go 50 more, I will pull up one of the Jafar memes. Holy shit, what did I just break under my desk? This is bad. I just heard something crack. The hell was it? Oh, it was just one of those cheap filing things. Don't worry. I'll tell you what, if we hit 100, I've been here for 3 hours, 3.5 hours. We're at $50. What is that per hour? I can't do math in my head. What's 50 divided by 3? It's not good. It's less than 20 an hour. If we hit 100, I'll pull up one Jafar meme. But if you want to see the rest, you got to go join locals. Promo code Maya. You'll get a free month when you use it. He looks like he wears Drakkar. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Next of the discussion, which it was always the case from the onset, was that if we were going to go up on medications, it would probably require her to be intubated. I don't recall what was said, but it was brought up that overall this wouldn't serve the greater good, that the benefit of undergoing the risk of anesthesia and intubation wasn't greater than the risk. And so whether that changed on Saturday with the dad, but then when the mom came, she agreed.
What does that have to do with my question about whether you could blame the parents for a disagreement among the team about intubating or not intubating?
Because it's not blame. We're not saying that the mom or dad were wrong in disagreeing. We're just laying out that we expressed to them that this was risky and that we weren't comfortable putting her at that risk.
You personally are not blaming Beata or Jack for this discussion, or to the extent that there was a disagreement about whether to raise the ketamine or to intubate. Is that fair enough to say?
Yeah.
Just a couple of concerned parents, basically?
Yes.
Did you at this point talk to Dr. Kirkpatrick or Dr. Hanna about why they had prescribed what they prescribed?
No, I personally didn't.
In fact, in this country, the United States, where there are two methodologies for treating a child, it is the parents who decide which physician they're going to follow, not for anyone else, particularly the doctors. Are you aware of that?
We're the ones who were directly taking care of her. So regardless of what prior physicians, future physicians would do, we were directly taking care of her Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So we take a team approach. We like to consider what she's received in the past. We like to always consider the parents' wishes. And most of all, we analyze the risks versus the benefits. If we perceive, using our medical training, using our team analysis, that the risks outweigh the benefits, then I don't care what a physician in the past has done. I don't care what a physician in the future has done. We're the one watching after Maya on that Saturday, on that Sunday. So we came up with a plan. We established a plan with Maya's mother and father Friday night because we knew that there would be issues given her history, given how complex this was, but that no one wanted to risk her dying over perceived pain control. So we established dosages. We said that we would not escalate beyond those dosages. So the meeting Sunday was about the mother's now insistence. And I believe at this time, things started to become belligerent. Things started becoming talks of leaving the hospital.
It's in your patient's statement of rights. They can leave the hospital anytime they want.
I would not let any patient safely leave ICU, let alone a hospital, without safely turning down medications and watching for any side effects from those medications, such as respiratory depression, low blood pressure, nausea, headaches. So yes, any person can ask to leave a hospital right after a surgery. But what we'd try to do is educate patients and families on the fact that you need to, once you've been exposed to these high levels of medication, like propofol, which we all know historically this is deadly, like ketamine, like Precedex. No, I wouldn't let somebody just walk out of a hospital once you've had those medications on.
This is the Patient's Rights and Responsibilities, Johns Hopkins Hospital. You see that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with it at all?
Yes.
Did you have any present fear for her life if she did not remain in the hospital?
Yes.
And number 20 says refuse care. She has the absolute right to refuse care, and so do her parents. You see that?
Correct.
And they
Oh.
refused your care. They wanted her
What?
transferred to Nemours, right?
So I spoke to an ICU physician at Nemours who stated that after reviewing our medical records, along with previous medical records, in conjunction with discussion with their pain team, a decision would be made about accepting the patient.
Okay.
So I actually followed the parents' wishes and made a referral.
Yeah, but your referral was based on a Munchausen by proxy psychiatric referral, not on a
Oh,
comprehensive
no, absolutely not.
CRPS.
No, my referral was on the diagnosis of CRPS.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at locals.
Up until this point, and even after this point, because this was my last contact with the patient, I was operating under the diagnosis of CRPS.
And so one of your reasons here is the mother's reluctance to turn over medical records. Is that right?
Yes. Mom agreed to obtain all her records from Dr. Hannah and Dr. Kirkpatrick.
Elsie Merritt really loves you guys. Elsie Merritt sent $50. I got my favorite sock ready. We all know which one. Give us those sweet, sweet jafars. Ellie sent 20. Thank you. Says I still think Big Mike was in that picture with Maya. Oh God. All right, are you ready for it? Because I don't know if you're ready. I don't know. I don't know if you're ready. Oh my God. Hold on, I have to upload it. This is so good. Courtesy of the locals chat, which is becoming everything I wanted it to be. Oh my God. How am I supposed to keep up the ASMR? How am I supposed to keep up the charade? Dr. Smash. Yes, that's him. I'm crying. I'm crying. I told you. The snake stick. You guys, I can't. This is why you come here. This is why we're all here. Oh my God. I can't. I can't even take it down yet. I can't. It's so good. Oh my gosh. Breathe. Okay, for sure I'm bothering Spawn now. I have to be quiet.
Patrick and stated that she would send them directly to Nemours.
Okay.
We asked if the records could be sent to ACH, and then we would send them as a complete package with our records, but she stated that she preferred to send it to them directly.
Okay. So she was willing to send out the medical records to Nemours. What's the problem there?
We undertook the care of Maya, and we were continued undertaking the care of Maya, so it was a reasonable request that we see the records.
But she didn't want you to take care of Maya anymore. And they told you they didn't want you to take care of Maya anymore. They wanted you to simply transfer to Nemours, correct?
Crazy Warlock says, Megan has gone too Jafar this time.
Exactly why I made the referral.
Okay.
And we were told that they would make a decision.
Well, so why not just leave it there? You have made the referral to Nemours. They don't want to deal with you anymore. And you don't want to deal with them anymore.
The Sultan of JH.
More apparently.
Well, that's not true.
But they don't want you taking care of her anymore. They want to get as far. Did you understand they wanted to get as far away from ACH as possible by this point? Did you understand that at all?
I understood that the family did not agree to our treatment plan, that they did not like the fact that we weren't willing to escalate the medications beyond our agreed treatment plan, and that they wanted to leave, yes.
Because they had the right to leave under your own client's patient statement of rights, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
But they didn't get to leave, did they?
I don't know. I was done taking care of the patient by Monday morning.
You say mother's reluctance to turn over medical records. I don't see anywhere here where you required, demanded, or put in front of her a medical authorization to do so.
Form.
I didn't write the words, but part of her not agreeing would be her not signing the release of information.
And so now you stick in here the fact that the child is receiving highly mind-altering meds. What's the highly mind-altering med
You put her on Haldol, dude.
The propofol, ketamine, and Prestex.
that you guys were giving her?
Correct.
Yeah, you gave her that.
Okay. That could lead to withdrawal. Do you have any evidence anywhere in the record that this child experienced withdrawal symptoms from any of this ever?
No, that's why I wrote could lead to withdrawal.
Well, ketamine has no physiological withdrawal effects. You are aware of that.
High doses for a prolonged period of time, I don't think you can show me evidence that it doesn't.
Where
Can you
is
show me
any
evidence that it does?
literature? I'll represent to you, the experts have looked at this long and hard. Where is there any study that, other than pop science and junk science, like Psychology Today or something in the newspaper, where is there any study that shows that ketamine has a documented withdrawal?
One of the things that we're discovering with medicine recently, where we thought that ketamine didn't have long-term side effects, is that no, in fact, long-term infusions can lead to withdrawal. I don't understand your question.
Did you look at any studies or research before you made the assertion in here that mind-altering meds that could lead to withdrawal? Where was the psych consult in, where was the
It
psych
said,
consult?
Mom has already refused psychiatry to speak with Maya multiple times.
Why didn't you just let these people go? If they wanted to go and your own patient's rights say they can go, why?
Sherry, here's how you get to locals. And believe me, it's worth it. The chat, you guys, locals live chat right now. Can I just tell you, locals, I love you so much. I can't even go over there because if I go over there, I'm going to lose my shit. It's so funny over there. I can't even stand it. All right, here's how you get there. Go to meganfox.locals.com. Sign up. It's $5 a month. You get a free month when you use promo code Maya, MAYA, all caps. And then you can get into the chat and you can see the memes. And, you know, for a while, the locals chat has been kind of dead for a while, but now we have a bunch of meme makers who decided to join. It's freaking hilarious over there. You guys, there are at least 3 other Jafar memes and a whole bunch of other stuff you haven't seen, and it's so funny. Jules 2020 dropped that meme that I showed you guys. By the way, Jules, you're a legend. And Deviate, Pale Rogue, all you people. You're killing me with the memes. And it's so funny. I'm dying it. I'm dying. I'm loving it. I'm dead. So if you need to know how to get over there, meganfox.locals.com. Sign up now. Promo code Maya. If you want to sign up for a full year, you can get 2 months for free with promo code SQUATS, which we haven't done all day. We're so bad. Don't tell Nick.
You just let them take their child and leave the hospital.
Because in order to let someone safely go when they've been on this type of medication, you don't want to just abruptly turn it off and then pull out the IV and let them walk out.
Why not?
Because you want to watch for side effects. You want to make sure that you, to the best of your ability, have accounted for anything that you could have done to them while they were receiving this medication. So if, for example, that this medication caused them to retain urine, okay, sometimes your bladder becomes atrophic, and so now you're holding on to urine, and so it's exacerbating your pain. That's because some of this medicine is it's still in your system. So now you have to possibly get a Foley. You need a urinary catheter placed so that you can relieve urine. Like I described before, the nauseous and the headache side effects of this, which could make you unstable to walk. Then you crack your head because you fall on the sidewalk. It's just not safe to get heavy dose anesthesia, stop it, and then walk out of the hospital.
If you were so concerned after this, when did you become concerned about them leaving the hospital?
Sunday evening.
How long did you feel you needed to observe Maya coming off the meds?
When you're on that type of medication, probably half a day.
So she could check out the next day.
If everything got sorted away and Nemours accepted, yeah.
What if they said, well, we don't want to go to Nemours anymore. We don't want to drive up to Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
They just wanted to leave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there might be differing opinions, but my personal opinion, half a day, yeah.
So why don't you stop the medicines on Sunday night? They didn't agree with your treatment, and they wanted to get their child out of there.
Near Jafar, wherever you are. Damn it, this is Kate Griff.
There, and then you see how she's doing by noon the next day and let them go. Why not do that?
Because we were still treating her pain. They were obviously insistent that we escalate. I'm not going to completely stop everything, especially if you're telling me that you feel like she's still in pain. And the initial plan that we agreed upon on Friday night with the family is that we would go till Monday morning. So I was sticking with the plan. We'll go till Monday morning. You feel like things haven't improved. I'm going to make the referral to Nemours. We'll wait to hear what they have to say, and we'll take it from there.
We just saw Jack Kowalski engage in any deception with you, did you?
No.
And you never really saw refusals by Beata, but you never saw Beata trying to intentionally deceive you, did you?
We were waiting on the referral from Nemours.
You'd been on duty all day?
Yes.
Okay, and you'd had a disagreement with them? You'd had a disagreement with the Kowalskis in that meeting about the type of treatment, right?
Yeah, about escalating care and the inability to provide records. That what?
There is a lack of correlation with certain treatments and the patient's perception of pain.
Yes.
Okay.
We were aware of that, yeah.
And so tell me the symptomology between CRPS and Munchausen by proxy.
Well, I can tell you the symptomology of CRPS.
Okay, tell me that.
Well, one, it's going to be generalized. It's going to be regional. But you can have a variant of generalized.
Okay.
All
What
right.
else?
So we're already stating that even though the fact that most of the times it's regional, she's presenting as this very generalized pain. It's not in one place. You're also going to have autonomic dysfunction. You're going to have some type of either sweating or swelling of the extremity.
Ellie, if you haven't figured out that this is a drinking stream, take a look at my wine bottle. Yes, we've been drinking. And we're trying to stay quiet. It's a chill stream. It's a night stream. Now, shh. Shh.
Pain temperature differences.
Did you do a thermography?
I don't believe that there were, since her pain was generalized, there was not one place that we could put the temperature probe.
Prior physicians had measured the left arm from the right arm, the left leg from the right.
Well, in this acute presentation,
You guys are now actively trying to make me wake up my kid. I'm gonna have to shut off this stream. Don't make me shut off this stream. I'm admiring you from Jafar. Oh, God. All right, listen. There's more Jafar memes. If you want them. I have another one I want to show you. No, I'm in Spawn's room. This is Spawn's room. She's behind the screen. If you want the next Jafar meme, I don't have my phone on me. I have no idea if you're sending me Cash App or Venmo. So don't. You can use PayPal. Actually, let's see. Venmo I can see because I can get on my email. How much should the next Jafar meme be? Go another 50? Or just join locals. meganfox.locals.com. Promo code Maya. I forgot the promo code. Shit.
Leg, right foot from the left foot. Did you do any measurements that way?
No, her pain was generalized, so no, we did not.
Okay. What else?
And then just the fact that the pain is going to be out of proportion to your physical exam findings.
Right. allodynia?
Yes.
You noted that, but you had that.
Did I note that?
Yeah, you just said it like 3 times. in this
Yeah,
demo.
generalized pain, yeah.
But also the pain was out of line with what you would expect.
Yeah.
Okay. Which is known as allodynia, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a chief symptom, one of the big 4 symptoms, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. And so she had pronounced dystonia in the feet, did she not?
She had an inability to stand up. Yes.
Okay. But her
The
toes.
dystonia implies tone. And I couldn't examine her, right? She wouldn't let me touch her because she was in so much pain. So I can't comment on dystonia. Dystonia is a physical exam finding. The inability to walk, pain to walk, is a symptom. She's reporting a symptom versus an actual physical exam finding.
Well, you get a look at her feet. She came in a wheelchair, right?
By the time she was in the ICU, she was already on an ICU bed.
Okay. Did you ever look at her feet to notice there are photographs of her feet like, and I don't need to make this an exhibit, it's already an exhibit, but like this, the feet turned in like this in the hospital.
That may or may not have been the case when she was in the ICU.
Okay. But you didn't specifically look for this?
I wasn't the one that did the history and physical note.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if Dr. Tepa's note mentions it.
That's a classic CRPS symptom, is it not? Dystonia?
I'm not an expert enough to know if it's a classic symptom.
Can you take a look at number 6, exhibit 6 there? Particularly page 6 of 8. I'm just asking him about one specific additional part of it, and that's at page 6 of 8 under skin.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen complex regional pain syndrome lesions?
No.
Did you have access to this page before, or this report? And what is this report? This is the
Anesthesiologist
report. On the skin, it says 4 discrete round raised papules present on lower back. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with complex regional pain syndrome lesions? What they look like?
No.
Was there ever any discussion, given the identification of these, to compare them to the literature to confirm these were an objective finding as to complex regional pain syndrome?
No.
Dr. Malik and the other doctors don't feel the child meets the criteria for RSD. Do you remember saying anything about that?
I remember saying that some of the findings were inconsistent.
Would you classify the relationship by the end of the evening Sunday as hostile between you and Biana Kowalski?
No more hostile than I've experienced with other families that may disagree.
What?
Okay. Well, if you were going to describe it, how would you describe your relationship with
She didn't like me.
She didn't like me. She didn't like Jafar? She didn't like me. But it's interesting that he just described them as no more hostile than other people who disagree with us. So what even does that mean? Can we back up? That was important.
Would you describe
Other families that no
by the end of the evening?
of the findings were inconsistent.
Would you classify the relationship by the end of the evening Sunday as hostile between you and Biana Kowalski?
No more hostile than I've experienced with other families that may disagree.
So what you're saying, doctor, is that all the families you work with are hostile to you? All the families that you work with are in disagreement with you and your diagnoses? Is that what you're saying?
Okay. Well, if you were going to describe it, how would you describe your relationship with
She didn't like me.
Mayan?
She didn't like me. It's hard to believe she didn't like you. Did the snake staff not work on her?
Beata never said put Maya in a coma. You couldn't put her in a coma in that hospital, right? You weren't set up to do a.
No, we do surgeries every day. We can put someone into a coma. We place people into a coma, and I believe that's those were her exact words when she came to the emergency room. When I received the phone call from the ER, I recall, said that she wants to put Maya into a coma.
Okay, for what reason?
To control the pain.
Okay, coma meaning under general anesthetic.
Yeah.
It's not really a coma. It's.
He can't believe that somebody didn't like him, especially a woman. He's like, she didn't like me. The Drakkar wasn't working. The snake staff, the Drakkar, my hypnosis powers, none of it worked. She didn't like me. I don't know. The magical wizard powers. For those of you just joining. She didn't like me.
It just.
It's semantics. General anesthesia, coma, they're the same thing.
Did you ever tell anyone at the hospital Maya's not in any pain?
No.
But I want to make sure it's not your testimony here today to suggest that if in fact there was a question and it was phrased in a way that Dr. Smith was part of a hospital team that you believe or represented Dr. Smith was a treater here at the hospital for Maya.
No, Dr. Smith was one of the people that we contact to start the process of the investigation. But and that's who I got trained to contact. But she was independent of Old Children's. I knew that she worked for the county or whatever. She covered multiple hospitals.
Right. So not to put words in your mouth,
yeah.
But if I'm understanding you, you understood her to be and understand her to be a consultant that can be utilized by folks at the hospital if necessary regarding pediatric potential child abuse and neglect.
Yeah.
Who's this lawyer? He sounds like Jimmy from The Practice. We don't know who this lawyer is.
Was not only on ketamine during this 3-day period that you were involved in her care.
This dude's from New Jersey, and it shows.
She was also on 2 other pain medicines, correct?
Correct.
And what were they again?
Precedex.
Or possibly New York. One or the other.
And propofol.
What is Precedex?
That's the trade name. The generic name is dexmedetomidine. It could be used as a continuous infusion like ketamine and propofol, basically for sedation and analgesia. So it's an anesthetic.
Are there any, strike that, what are the potential ramifications of the abrupt cessation of Precedex in a critical care setting?
Everyone responds differently to anesthesia, but some of the potential side effects include things like urinary retention, nausea, vomiting, headaches, breathing issues, blood pressure issues.
Did you have any concerns about the abrupt cessation without a tapering schedule of Precedex as it pertains to Maya Kowalski's care and treatment?
Yes.
Who were some of the other providers that would have been giving you updates or expressing issues related to Maya?
Her nurses, nurse practitioners, physician assistants, social workers, pharmacists, nutritionists.
Oh, Aussie Overlord. You're in the chat. Aussie's in the chat. Wait, Aussie, if you just got here because you're waking up in Australia right now, right? It's about when I'm going to bed. Here's what you missed. This is Dr. Jafar. Oh, he's so sexy. He wears Drakkar. We're sure of it. Do you remember Drakkar Noir?
Nurses told you and they picked you on any of the days that you were involved?
I remember that they were talking about the inconsistency with how she reported her pain when the family was in the room versus when they would ask her outside of the room.
Completes the playing of the
It does,
deposition.
Your Honor.
Dr. Hines, snake
And
stab.
This time, is that all for today for the jury?
We would like to publish the last 3 remaining emails from the commissaries if we could before we conclude today.
Let's go ahead and do that real quick.
Okay, so the defense would publish Exhibit 3147. And this is email Beata Kowalski to Beata Kowalski, 11/22/15.
Oh, these emails. This is going to piss me off. I can't. I don't think I can get through this part. Are there any more witnesses is the question. Oh, we're almost at the end. No, we're almost done. All right, I guess we can stick it out. This is the night stream. It's the ASMR stream. Welcome to the ASMR stream, where I try not to wake up my sleeping daughter.
Failing.
Oh, I'm failing. She's awake. I'm sorry. But you're always awake this late. Okay. Camera off. Mute button on. Typing only until we finish.
Anyone need any more time?
Okay, the next one, the series judges, defense exhibit. This is day 6, November 24th. Actually, day 6 of the coma was 11/23.
Anyone? Anyone else need more time? Your next one, please, Mr. Spiro.
Yes, sir. 3148. And this is November 25th, 2015, ketamine coma day 7.
Good night, everyone. Stick around for my new outro. It's funny. Wait for the end.
You can talk normally.
Thank you.